hope all of you are excited. We are back with the split 2 of the finals Community Cup. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is going to be Necros, a new face this time. I mean, not for the finals. He was sitting on the Hindi desk. So welcome to the English desk. How are you feeling, Necros?
The swap is something that I really wanted to do for a longer period of time. I mean, this to this, from Hindi to English, yeah. There's a change in language, but the emotion and the hype of this game is still impeccable. And I really think like this is going to be another interesting weekend for us because previous day, I mean, in the split one, we saw the matches coming in. It was so super cool. Specifically the Sundays, the finals that we saw, it was really interesting and close. But right now, again, split 2 teams. There are some similar teams and some similar faces that we're going to see once again. But alongside them, there are some new teams that we're going to see in this split 2.
Now, I'm excited and for our viewers as well because they're going to be seeing a lot more new the finals action and to give you a little bit of a tidbit, right, of what happened yesterday. Yesterday were round 1 and round 2 matches. I know you did not get a chance to watch them, but we did have a little bit of a sneak peek. Kudos being talents over there. But yes, I think this time compared to the split 1, Necros, you will also agree the matches seem to be closer. In split 1, at least towards the end, somewhere around the semi-finals and the grand finals is when we ended up seeing competition coming in from both the ends. But until then, it was clean sweeps of 2-0s for one or the other team. So let's see what happens in split 2. But let's start things off by kicking off of what happened in split 1 in our format explainer.
Yeah. In split 1, we had those 32 teams playing against each other, making it up to the finals. Then we got 2 teams. 4 teams in total we got. Team IND, Watch Generation, B Team, Level 100. But 2 teams from there went to the LCQ and they're still waiting in there to get some more teams out there. That 2 teams that will be going down from split 2. And now, as we just talked about, we will also be getting 2 more teams to go up and play the grand finals. And the champion will be walking away with $6,000.
$10,000 up for grabs. Top 2 is the ones who are going to directly jump into the main event, the finals final. Who's going to be there is something that we are looking forward to. But as we said, top 4, even the 3rd and the 4th also get a chunk of the prize money. That's going to be $1,200 and the 4th place gets $800. It's going to be interesting at what these teams bring out because as time is passing, guys, even a week that's changed, we keep seeing small patches here or there coming up. Now, for our viewers to know if your team was here or if players that you knew were here, you can check all these rows and you'll get an idea about the teams who are surviving and the teams who are out. This time, for people to give a little bit of a flashback or if you're going to rewind, some of the teams who are here, which we saw in split 1, are Horizon. I think Lethal Force was there. There is one more team, which Eternal Fate. I think these are 2 teams I clearly remember, Necros, from split 1. So this is their second chance. Let's see if they'll be able to make it.
Yeah, Eternal Fate also made it very close in the split 1. They were taken down in the final round just before the semi-finals. Probably they were also up in the quarterfinals if I'm not wrong. But it was a very tad bit of journey for them in the split 1. Right now coming down to split 2, also having some more teams in the question. I really believe that they will be trying to put up their A game inside the match and this time make it up to the grand finals. But for the new teams, we see the Revenants, there's 555, we see Insidious, Havoc, Helldivers coming in. So they will be looking forward to put up some better gameplay because if you just talk about the semi-finals and finals that we saw in the split 1, a lot of players who are using some different strats as what they'd have done in the early rounds of round 1 or round 2 and maybe in the quarterfinals as well.
There were some teams who tried their fight even here. I think you saw the name as Soldiers, Marcos. They also tried to put up a fight, but yesterday round 1 and round 2 matches, they got eliminated. Because again, reminding all of you, these are single elim brackets. It is not double elimination, meaning there is no second chance. And starting things off with the quarterfinals 1, 555, who will be fighting against Eternal Fate. The previous time Eternal Fate fought was for their semi-finals qualification. They missed out the chance, got eliminated against Worst Generation. So this is their second opportunity. And again, letting our viewers know there is also the 3rd and the 4th slot, which is going to be crucial because if you qualify there, you will go to the LCQ, which will be happening on the August of 14. But quickly talking about 555, we see the 5 players are ready. And let's see who's going to perform better compared to the side of Eternal Fate. And Eternal Fate, I don't see any change on the playing 5. So I think they might be the better team today.
Yeah, they can be, and you know what? I am quite scared of Berry and Frag Rift. I mean, they have been exceptionally well in the split one. We have seen the snipings of Frag Rift from there. He dominated the map of Kyoto all by himself, and this time he's got again that favor. 555, they have picked Kyoto as their first map, and then Eternal Fate has come down to Skyway, making Sis Horizon the decider one. But this pick of Kyoto might just backfire 555, that I think somehow.
I'm kind of surprised seeing the veto. Now, Monaco not in the mix. There's Kyoto, which we sometimes end up seeing as a second map or a decider. Sis Horizon coming in. Skyway Stadium is there. The maps which you don't generally see are Las Vegas, Kyoto, and Sis Horizon, but they've made their way. Two of them at least, Kyoto and Sis Horizon. So it's going to be interesting veto coming here. And I think, as we said, right, comparing to Split 1 and Split 2, there's a lot of evolution that these teams have gone through, and that's what the finals enables. Meaning, the more time you put yourselves in the game to fight in the arena and then figure out strategies is what you need to qualify, what you need to go to the ultimate main stage to prove yourself as one of the best contestants here right now in the Indian circuit. Now, yes, our viewers maybe from abroad are watching us right now, and to let you guys know, right now this is an Indian circuit of players that you're watching fighting for the finals Community Cup, and we have a best of 3 on our hands. It is going to be a quarter-final game. 2 teams are fighting. Let's see if they qualify for the semi-finals, because the stakes are high, Necros.
Yeah, exactly. 10,000 total prize pool at $10,000 is just not a small amount. And all the teams are trying to make it up to the main stage. Even the LCQ, I'm damn sure about it, Lucifer. That is going to be a hell lot of competition out there. Already 2 teams are waiting. They will be grinding it hard. They have got a good more time for themselves. But right now, this is going to be the first BO3 series of today's day. The first quarterfinal match is right about to start now in the map of Kyoto, where 555 have taken the decider that yes, we're going to play on this map, but again, the past stats do favor the side of Eternal Fate in this particular map.
There's a double heavy light and 2 mediums coming in the mix, so it's going to be interesting of how this goes forward. And let's hope, fingers crossed, that the first pick that we are seeing coming in from 555 works in their favor. Otherwise, Eternal Fate, they've decided to take defense. And so far, the teams who have proven well on defense have done justice, right? It's been attack the problem. Can 555 manage that? Kyoto is not going to be an easy map, as we spoke about it. There's even the tower that you need to keep an eye out for near the temple, and that might make trouble for players. But now it's time to get ready for the first round of the quarterfinals between 555 and Eternal Fate underway.
Eternal Fate, again, they will be looking forward to have a good defensive half for themselves. When you have got a player like Frag Rift with a sniper, I'm really eager to see whether he's using the sniper or not, because he has done some exceptional job in the split 1, and that has kind of helped Eternal Fate to reach the quarterfinals in the split 1, and this time also they have made it to the quarterfinals. But from here to the semi-final, just one step. It seems like the distance is very small, but that one step, it's a long way that they need to cover this time.
It's gonna get tougher as of now. But I really like there's a change in momentum, a change in pace that teams have done. They utilize the 2 minutes 30 seconds on clock and then figure out what they need to do. Otherwise, in the split 1, we saw a little bit of quick pace on attack. Teams would try to execute as fast as possible, then get caught out, and then things would go adrift. Right now, Shooter has spotted a player, not much damage being sent off, and now there are 2 more over there in that location. Jump pad, and he gets caught. That's good damage coming in from Eternal Fate to start things off.
Now this is going to put a lot of pressure on 555. They have got the experience, they have played the past rounds all by themselves to make it up to the quarterfinals, but you can see Atomic trying to put some bit of damage on the players of Eternal Fate. But he has to go up close and personal. Already the RPG is ready to just slam it onto someone's face. But there goes the first player down. 555 loses the numbers advantage.
Opportunity here, but the attackers are falling down. Can they turn the tide? As of now, it doesn't seem to be. The last 2 players make it single, because this last man just has a sniper, and it's going to be tough for him. He does manage to eliminate one, but uses the evasive dash right to the opponent's face and loses the round. That's going to be the first one for Eternal Fate, and this is what I was talking about. Eternal Fate defenders, and defense is always the one to start things off. And now Eternal Fate, if they manage to continue this same thing in attack, they might have a chance. Defense so far in the finals is a point, or I would say a half, which is more dominating compared to the attack. There have been only few teams that we've seen in Split 1 who have pulled off attack fabulously.
Exactly. But 555, once again, if they at least bag one round, Lucifer, I really believe they can be in like, okay, we've got at least one round, and in the defensive, how we can just pull things off. But if that's not the case, which I'm really afraid of, because Eternal Fate, this map of Kyoto, once again, they have been very good at it in the previous round, previous Split 1. So I'm looking forward to see if they can continue it. But look at Fragrant with so many shots, made only one connection. And that's really concerning for them, as Eternal Fate will try to hold their grounds. Mr. Shooter on a different position, trying to bring down one of the players. The dash comes in, and yes, this time 555, they have opened up the accounts with one of their frags. The shield is up. Frag Rift wouldn't be allowed to get another frag all to himself, but decryption has already been started. 555 looking to secure this one round. He's waiting for the shield to go down. Frag Rift, his eyes are eagle. Doesn't want to let any player slip away like that. But numbers advantage again, getting in the favor of Eternal Fate, and it's down to a 2v4 now.
I have a chance, but look at Eternal Fate waiting for the opportunity, and Frag Rift, as you spoke about him, man's been a menace. They're gonna stop the decryption for sure, and there's nothing the last attacker can do about that. That's gonna be a second round for Eternal Fate. The start here for 555 has not been good. Not the thought that they would have wanted, but as you said, this is a last chance. This is gonna be the first round's last round. Wait, did I say that right? Sorry, first half's last round. I thought I said first round's last round. Very weird. But right as now, it does feel this is going to be the last round for 555, because if they don't win this, Necros, I mean, I don't know how they're going to convert in a 3-0 to start things off in the second half.
Yeah, exactly. And that pressure already comes in your head, right? You're playing a tournament for the first time, and 555, we haven't seen them in Split 1, but
there's been an issue. None of the players have disconnected. This, I'm not too sure. I mean, if it was before the round, there would have been a chance. But at this point, when the game started,
okay,
we have to wait and watch. But unfortunate for 555, already they've lost 2 rounds, and now they end up losing a player to a tech issue. I hope he resolves it ASAP. But Eternal Fate, you can see the aggression. They are rightfully saying that we've participated in Split 1, we lost, and now we are here in Split 2, and their chances are going to be better this time, because if we talk about the Split 1, right, there they lost to Worst Generation, and eventually Worst Generation lost to IND. Now they have qualified to the top 2, right? They're going directly to the main event. Now Eternal Fate have the same chance. If Eternal Fate ended up in the 3rd and the 4th, they would have they would be pushed. Not wanted to. They would have been pushed to the LCQ, and they would have to go through another barrage of teams coming into the LCQ, and then qualifying being the top 2 over there. So I think this is a good approach. Maybe Fate is getting them in the right direction, but hey, it's too early, Necros. This is just the start of the quarterfinals.
I mean, in this perspective, I'd never thought of this entire format, you know. We were thinking, yeah, if you come in top 4, you directly go to the main event, or you go to the LCQ. But right now, after you telling me this topic, or giving me this kind of perspective of this format, I am thinking, yes, we might have to play a little bit, like couple of more matches to be in the main event, but it's a better way, right? From round 1, you just play along, and you can have a direct entry to the main event. But right now, again, coming back in the game, this round hadn't started off well for 555 once again, but Eternal Fate seems to be in a very advantageous position once again. They have been very, very good in this map.
At this point, they would have to play as a 4-man, but they've already found a way to bring it to a 4 on the other end as well. It's a 4v4. Now, this is a big opportunity. They should find a way to convert. Using the jump pads, trying to get closer. But there are sonars being used. But I think the last sonar tick might not give away their position. Wait, there was another sonar being used, and now look at this. Yukio got confused. He was worried, and now Yukio? Okay, he's standing still for a second. I'm not too sure what his plans are, but he is confident on his 2 heavies surrounding him, knowing that they will not let him go down.
I'm really concerned about the RPG, Lucifer. sometimes it annoys you as a player if you get to see your opponent just putting up a RP in front of your face. That really hurts a lot. But having this position, even Eternal Fate down to 4, there is an equalizing position that they want themselves to be in. But look at this position. Flicks, he has dealt a lot of damage to the opposition, but he has to get that one frag, and his teammates have done the job. But it also comes down to a 3v3, an instant exchange of trades.
Mr. Shooter, he's found an opportunity, not just a window, an entire door as an opening, and he's going to put everybody down, and Eternal Fate get 3-0.
You know what? I really thought that first, before saying who picked the map of Kyoto, I was like, okay, Eternal Fate, they're definitely going to pick the map of Kyoto to win this. But 555 taking it in onto their hands and deciding we're going to pick Kyoto to play as a first map of this BO3 series. It's either of two circumstances that brings them to this decision. Is one, they are very confident in Kyoto, which actually didn't seem like it. And the second one is like they haven't done the homework from Split.
I think the main problem here, Strikes, is going to be right now the balance of attack and defense. Defense so far, irrespective whether it's been Split 1 or the games that you play in your ranked matches, your defense seems better if you're stacking together with your teammates and friends compared to the attack, because defense has chances of putting down their gadgets, making their specialization use and count to find eliminations. Now that is where attack has a little tough work to do, and I think Kyoto was maybe thought as a good pick, viable one here for 555, but the mistake that happened on their end was them not being ready for an Eternal Fate like this, as you said. Now with the side switched, let's hope they try to pull this back, and we've seen a lot of people still pulling back. We did count them out when we said if it's a 3-0, I'm not sure that 555 have a chance. But hey, prove us wrong, right? Go ahead. It's your chance, your map. You have a chance of one round to pulling it into 2 more rounds if you're able to push it the distance.
Yeah. For Eternal Fate, they have a lot of changes in their strategy, that's for sure. I mean, we are seeing a much more steady approach to their gameplay, a much more steady position holdings and all. We can see not going way too aggressive, not taking the fights up close and personal. That's a really good decision, or I would say a good change that I do think it's really helping Eternal Fate right now. But it seems like 555, not an ideal start for them this half as well.
Yeah, losing a defender so early, we could see, as you were rightly saying, right, Eternal Fate were always making sure if there are lights, they stay closer to their teammates. If it's somebody else, they can stay further away, but 555 seems like they're just getting picked off. It's not even dominoes at this point. It seems like showpieces that they're picking one after another. Guardian turret is spotted, so as the player. Parag has called it. Oh, there's a grenade that was thrown. Doesn't do much damage, not to be worried. You could see an RPG ready to face the opponent off, and now with one last player surviving, it is going to be trouble for the Masked Killer. One round to help his teammates, or it's going to be at the next map itself.
Yeah, it's already down to a 1v3, but still Masked Killer is looking and trying to pull off some great show for himself. At least if he can get 2 players down, I will be really impressed. But decryption has already been started. I really don't think that the players of Eternal Fate, they're going to move away from that particular position as what they're holding right now. But Masked Killer will be trying to go up close and maybe try to just stop the decryption. But no, it's not going to happen. He has been completely spotted, and that's the deed done. Eternal Fate walks away with the first map of this BO3 series.
Yeah, there was, as we said, not much the side of 555 could do. Unfortunate, but yeah, Eternal Fate, as we said, they are here to avenge what happened in Split 1. They wanted to also qualify in the top 4. They did not get a chance, so they're going to be trying it right now. And if they're able to do it, they're going to be the happiest, because the chance right now for them is again open of standing in the top 2 rather than going into the 3rd and the 4th. Now, with that first map done, it doesn't tell you that 555 are out. Now, 555 still have a chance, and we going into Skyway Stadium might give them a better opportunity, because again, just like Monaco, Skyway Stadium, these are some standard maps that you see a lot of players playing on compared to your Las Vegas, Kyoto, and SIS Horizon. Not your always picks coming through, because again, SIS Horizon is not the newest, but compared to Skyway and Monaco, it is new. And then you come into Kyoto, it is the newest of all. Las Vegas somewhere in the mix over there. So I think the first map, I don't know, at this point, 555 would never felt comfortable. I think I did
Yeah.
commend them in the start in that first round where we saw them. They were holding. It looked like they were composing themselves, setting up for a process. But with one person getting hit, I think it was their light who was sprayed down while he was using the jump pad and going across in the air. And after that, everything went helter-skelter on there. And I just hope 555 calm themselves down maybe for the next map.
Skyway again, that comes in those basic maps that you want to, when you start playing the finals, it is one of those maps that you kind of start off things with. So in my opinion, Skyway is almost a balanced map. It does give you a lot more advantage, or you are in a position where you can change the tides for your own self. But again, Kyoto, you just have to, like, if you are 555, you just have to forget that it ever happened to you. You have to reset, come up with a fresh mind that you are coming to play your first match, and this is like a do or die match. If you win it, you stay in the competition. If you don't, you're out of this community cup. But coming this close to this quarterfinals and not reaching the semifinals, again, these teams won't have any split 3 or 4 to make a comeback once again. Now this is the main point.
Yeah, that's the gravity of the situation, if you would want to call it, because if players do not understand what's at stake, it's not 10,000 US dollars at this point. It's about qualification. You get to the main event, that's when you have a chance to fight for the 10,000 US dollars. But we'll talk about Frag Rift. We spoke about him in the split one. We're going to be speaking about him now as well. And seems like Eternal Fate might go the distance if they close map 2. 4 eliminations, no assists. But he has a combat score of 2,764. Not the greatest, but he was there doing the deed. We saw him picking off players whenever he had the opportunity.
Yeah, I was talking about this guy, and I really expected a lot more sniper action. I'm not gonna lie, I like those sniper shots that come sometimes. I still remember from that one match in Split 1 where Rambo and Frag Rift were going head to head in the map of Kyoto itself. One time Rambo is taking Frag Rift down, another time it's the vice versa. But hey, Frag Rift was the one to prevail on top in that sniper action. And I really want to see a match like that happen once again in the Split 2. I don't know whether it's gonna happen in Skyway or not, but it seems like this is going to be that moment where 555 will be sitting down and rationalizing things out for themselves. But before we move on to Skyway, we're going to go for a little short break. Catch you on the other side.
everyone was done, but there's still a way for Triple Five to come back now. Do they get a chance against Eternal Fate, or Eternal Fate are gonna get a clean sweep is what we are looking forward to. Welcome back to the Finals Community Cup. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on desk is Necros. And Skyway Stadium, it is Necros. Do you think Triple Five have a chance?
If they come up with a mind reset that they do need desperately at this point, then I think it can be done. But once again, Mark Skilla, Yukio, they need to step up their game. You can see a player with 0 eliminations. That's really, I would say that it's really disappointing to see that. But once again, when you are up against a team of like Eternal Fate who has already played Split 1, coming down to Split 2 with a lot more experience and a lot more grind, I do expected this kind of result, but I still really want to see Triple Five at least coming up with a fight back.
I agree with every word that you said. With players who have experience of Split 1, now how far of an experience they have, you can check of where they stand on top of the overall standings in the game itself. And every team or player that we are seeing, I think Shooter is also fighting for the top spots in the game itself. But right now we'll talk of the combat score comparison, and you can see as I was speaking about Shooter, why I was talking about him, he is grinding for to be on the leaderboards of not just here in the Finals Community Cup, but in the game itself, trying to get to the top spots. And a lot of players you could see, even in Split 1 we saw there was Jitsu over there. Now here we have Shooter. There's a couple more as well. I will take their names as we go when I see them, maybe here in Split 2. If we don't, we are going to for sure see them in towards LCQ or towards the main event itself. So yeah, and I don't know why I'm also taking up names, because our viewers are going to be smarter than me at points, because they will know them, and I know a lot of their supporters will be watching the stream as of now. So yeah, a little bit of maybe hints of maybe new viewers coming into the game, letting you guys know about the game, because this is just the start. We had the showdown happening the previous month, and big I would say audience enjoying the whole show coming through, and that's what I'm looking forward to this time also happening with the Community Cup. When we go towards the next weekend to conclude the main event is what I'm expecting. The best contestants out there grabbing the cup. But it's time for Skyway Stadium. Triple Five and Eternal Fate, the first quarterfinals that we are witnessing, it's still underway, but highly favoring towards the favorites Eternal Fate, Necros.
Yeah, definitely. There is no kind of comparison to it. But overall, Triple Five, it's all what they want is to finish in a good way, to at least put up a good competition in this BO3 series. Because for them to win, I don't see it's gonna be that easy. If they do so, I will be really surprised. But coming out of Skyway Stadium, Triple Five, are they ready for the upcoming thunderstorm that is already coming on their way from the side of Eternal Fate? Because this time, their fate has to be better than them.
Now, at Triple Five, they have decided to go defend on the start. So we have attack here in front of us with 3 lights coming in. Oh my god, this is going to be interesting. 1 heavy and a medium. So they don't have a lot of gadgets to play on defend, because I think they're not at all thinking about being defenders at this moment. They want just to be attackers and finish the game in the first half itself. Again, a 3-0 to start things off. Now if they're able to do it, trouble for the side of it, Triple Five.
You know what, Lucifer? I was in Split 1 when I was on the Hindi desk. I was having this kind of conversations with my fellow casters out there, IQ and Pi, that I am a guy who plays on a medium contestants. I don't play on light because I can't play. But you being a light player, how do you explain those quick movements and those throwing knives?
I think lights have a lot of a variety of approaches into the game now. Yes, they will not be able to burst open everything that they want compared to their medium and heavies. But wait, we'll talk about Masked Killer, who did not have kills but now has so much information. That was maybe a wrong decision coming in from him. And that has lost an opportunity. They've understood one of the players, and I'm pretty sure with the gun sound, maybe they've understood it's a medium. He is far away from his team, so they strike on the opportunity of already cracking one of the defense holes.
Triple Five dropping down to 1, it's not a great sight. Once again, losing those early players, giving that loophole to the side of Eternal Fate, that yes, you can go in and you can see such quick ways to start the decryption, and even They're just destroying those ropeways to just go on the top of the roofs. But Skyway is all about playing on the roof. Sometimes I really believe I love to play on those terrains. But right now, the situation of 555 seems to be very tight. You have the pressure down and Flick is ready with an RPG to slam it in front of somebody's face.
That was big damage with the RPG. Didn't get the elimination, but his teammates are ready. They pounce upon the floor, which was broken and destroyed. One last defender. Killua. Can he find any opportunity? Charge and slam brings it to a 4v1, but I don't see him converting this. Goes into the opponent's dome, tries his best, but he falls apart. That's going to be again the first to start off on attack. Attackers are proving hefty, and this is why I said the decision of going so many lights is for the sake of just hitting one of these terminals and closing the game in the first half itself. And as you were talking about lights, right, I even spoke about them having a lot of chances in how they approach because of their speed, because of the damage output that they have in terms of fire rate, their DPS. It is a better opportunity, and one such situation when I saw this happening was B team versus IND. B team knew how difficult IND are going to be, and they brought in 5 lights. It kind of to an extent worked, but you know, IND being IND, they eventually closed it being the top one, but not to worry. Now let's see with the triple light. It seems like Eternal Fate replicating at least 3/4 of what they did.
Yeah. You know, when you have those light players who can just throw the knives and who is very flashy in their plays, in your team it's good, but when they are in your opponent, they are annoying as hell. But right now, Eternal Fate, they have lost one of their players, but the instant retaliation came, bringing it down to a 4v4 action.
PG ready, but they're unable to spot a player. Dome being used as of now. They enter. There's a glitch trap that they would want to destroy, but look at Eternal Fate. They're not getting in any fights. They're directly going in to start the decryption. Now, one of the players was spotted in the above floor. Perry. Looks like he's in that fight involved. He is going to try and run away from them, and also has used a vanishing bomb, which we just heard, and he's going to try and survive. RPG, charge and slam, Flix runs. Can he find another elimination? Tries his best, uses the RPG, then comes in the M60, keeps spamming, gets the elimination. He's not stopping, going in for a triple over there almost. Gets an assist, but brings him down to just a 1v4, mere 1v4. Tries with the sniper, gets nothing out of it. That's going to be the second for Eternal Fate. But Flix, oh my god, the menace monster in that second round.
That was brutal. I mean, so you just see somebody literally charging on your face. It's not a great sight to be in as like opponent. If you're seeing, yeah, he's coming right onto your face and you don't know what to do next. With also the RPGs and those machine guns just firing in front on your face. It was difficult indeed, but Eternal Fate once again having that same motive, make the score 3-0 and to switch the sides. And so far, it has been so good for the side of Eternal Fate. There has not been any errors as such, and they're so quick in starting the decryption.
Look at this again, gateway being used. They have the key. They're going to let the light go near the terminal and then open the other portal. And they're going to use the gateway charge in, get it, decryption time. They're above the decryption terminal, and look at them. They found the first elimination. They're getting tagged, but doesn't seem like they're worried about it. Nice movement coming in from the evasive dash, then the elimination to follow it up, and 2 of the defenders out of the round.
Just in seconds? I mean, how? 10 seconds or 15, much like tops that. They have been taken down, but you can see UQ, Atomic, Zoldyck, they are in some different area, but it doesn't matter because the decryption will be started. Even they have been detected by these sonar grenades. The RPG trying to hit it down, but that doesn't matter. Bring it down to a 5v2. Atomic and Zoldyck will be just surviving by any chance, as all the players, they are jumping on their face, trying to just take them down. But Berry, he was taken down indeed as a retaliation, but that was it. It's a 3-0 half once again for Eternal Fate.
I think this team is not just going to be the favorites for this quarterfinal, but a quarterfinal split 2 favorite team as well, because the way this team is playing so far have pulled 3 flawless, undoubted rounds on attack, and now they've switched to defense. And having 3 lights right now, 1 medium is going to hold 1 terminal, the other heavy is going to go the other end, and these 3 lights can go exploring around the Skyway Stadium, flank the opponents and find eliminations. And if they do that, Triple would not even know where they're getting hit from.
This is gonna be really interesting. I want to see how 555 they're planning to get the attack done, because if you're 555 at this moment, I am quite sure, Lucifer, that the entire morale has been crushed into pieces or something like that. But if they're still looking for a comeback, this is the chance. But Frag Rift, my god, that made a beautiful connection out there.
Yeah, it's a head fight towards the villa. Key is not yet spotted, and that was spotted. For a second I thought it was an anti-gravity cube, but not as of now. Berry hasn't spotted a player who was next to the shed outside, but now he uses an evasive dash. XP right to their back, pierces them, finds the elimination, goes right upon their faces, finds the second, and this man doesn't care that their opponents, they're heavy, they're medium. He is like, I'm here to put everybody down, and it is done. With that, Eternal Fate qualify into the semi-final. That was a fiery and a hot spot of getting this victory. It didn't look like Eternal Fate wanted anything else rather than moving ahead.
Berry just took it personally in the end, and he just felt like it, isn't it? So, like, he went all in, getting 3 of the players taken down all by himself, switching the positions, and he's like, guys, I've got this. We have had enough of this BO3 series. Let's move on to the semi-finals and let's just close the matches for the day.
We were talking about a menace before that coming in from Flicks, but right now around the villa, I was like, for a second, hey, he spotted 2, there's 3, he's gonna go down. He's like, I spotted a heavy, I'm gonna fight with him first, but the heavy never spots him. Then the medium does spot him, uses his movement, gets the medium, fights towards the light, doesn't get the elimination, but still gets an assist, but that was enough. At that moment, the situation was 4v1, Eternal Fate are skyrocketing at this point in the finals community cup split 2. They are on the highway to getting into the spots of the main event now. Yes, they've gotten the first victory of the quarterfinals, but that doesn't mean that seals the deal. There are still 3 more quarterfinalists who's going to be trying their opportunity to become the semi-finals, and tomorrow is when we'll know if Eternal Fate have a chance to qualify in the top 4 now. That's where we have to see. But one thing for sure, what Eternal Fate with this they've done is they are going to be going in either to the main event or the LCQ, because they have got their spot in the top 4 for now.
And one thing is for sure, Eternal Fate doesn't want to go in LCQ at any cost. They want to be getting that, they want to have that entry directly to the main events, and for that, they have to reach the grand final, like finals of the split 2. But talking about the MVP of this map, particularly, it's going to be Mr. Shooter with 5 eliminations, 3 assists to his name, with a comeback score of 3,207. He has been good. He has been actually pretty decent in the split 1 as well. But when it comes down to the entirety of the team, yes, Eternal Fate, I can just still say, even in the split 1, they were almost about to qualify for the semi-finals. They just choked it because Worst Generation was just a little too better than them.
I think it's just the initial stages of the competition that we are seeing here at the finals. Now, as we said, there are innumerable opportunities for teams to explore, teams to figure out a strategy. Now, yes, they have to get 4 rounds out of the 7 that they'll be playing in a map. Now, I know that's not going to be easy, because the first half itself, if you're getting a 3-0 half, that's meaning a dominant half, and that is going to trouble the opponents, because they're going to be in a roundabout wondering how can we get the first one. Spoke about Shooters looking forward to not just topping charts, as we said, but taking his team ahead. Successfully does it here with a combat score of 3,205 eliminations. We talked about it earlier. But I think this is a journey for every team to kind of look out for who is going to be coming up, because Split 2, as you said initially, Necros, it's the experience that they carried over from Split 1 to jumping into Split 2 and fighting on Split 2, showcasing their upgrade, their development over a week's time.
That's enough to justify that how are the other 4 teams who have already qualified from Split 1 are prepping themselves for the upcoming rounds. 2 teams in LCQ, 2 teams in the main event. They're still grinding it out to be ready for these teams who will be just qualifying from the Split 2 and will have their hot hands ready to just dive into the LCQ as well as in the main event.
Eternal Fate 555, but here I think I'm not too sure what happened to Yukio and Mask Killer. Both the rounds or matches that we've seen so far, maps, they did not find any elimination. Shooters still topping the charts even in the combat score comparison here as well. This is the second map, but not just him, his whole team. Look at Fragrift, Berry, Flix and Parag. And on the other end, Maskilla, Tricky Head, Killua, Atomic and Yukio, they're barely even reaching the half of what the opponents have done. So it was a tough one. That just tells you at what level Eternal Fate are trying to fight on, because their intentions are looking far-fetched compared to the intentions of what maybe 555 were looking for. I think 555 were just thinking about Split 2 as qualifying, but that did not happen for them right now. But the opportunity is not lost. I would say 555 will still have a chance somewhere in the next event. I'll just tell them to keep the grind on. But now, cutting to a short break. Quarterfinals is up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Arre.
Oh, well, we are back with the Finals Community Cup, and this time I have one more friend, my foe added to by my side. I've given Lucifer, yeah, you can take some rest, and I've brought back Raider, my man. How you doing, man?
Doing great, to be honest, doing great. But the fact is, in Split 1, we had a lot of action to talk about. You were there on the Hindi desk, but I guess I have to welcome you again on the English desk. And I'm looking forward to see what happens today, because Eternal Fate, the way they played, was something interesting. I mean, 2-0s altogether. I was not expecting something different, to be honest, because this is just the quarters that we are talking about. Maybe in the semis and also in the finals, we'll get to see some close cutthroat chases. But for now, let's look at the schedule as we move on to the Split 2 schedule. We have the quarterfinals match number 2, which is pending right now. The Revenants versus Lethal Force. I am looking forward to see what is going to happen in this matchup.
Oh, let me tell you something. I have seen the match of Team the Revenants yesterday, and they were playing really nice. And almost they had both the matches like a 4-0 scoreline. They won it to 2-0 in the BO3 series that they played against a team. But right now, against Lethal Force, they're also a very good team. I mean, Lethal Force, they have been in the Split 1. Again, that experience factor or maybe the experience buff might come into the play. But this team of the Revenants, they have also showcased a very decent gameplay throughout the Split 2 as of now till this stage. And they will be again looking forward to seal the deal for themselves and qualify for the semis.
I mean, making sure that they go into the semis is going to be the only goal, because if you are there in the semis, you are going to at least secure a spot in LCQ, that is the last round's qualifiers. So let's see if that is going to be the equation for these individuals. But looking at the map Ito, we have the bans for Kyoto and Sis Horizon picked by Lethal Force. Is going to be the first map of Monaco where they're going to attack, and Revenants will defends the particular map. On the hindsight, the second map will be Skyway Stadium, and in order to decide if we go with a 1-1 scoreline, well, that is going to be Las Vegas. But I think maybe that's not going to be the case. I mean, let's just go with open minds and let's see if something different is going to happen in this particular scenario, because Monaco as a map has shown a lot of potential so far. In, I guess, last few games we have already seen how fruitful a Monaco map can be, specifically for the lights. With the SR84 sitting on top of the cranes, you can easily pop some heads. Let's see if that's going to happen.
Yeah, the cranes are definitely one of those ideal spots where a sniper wants to be like, yeah, that's my place. That's the spot that I know in the map. And he can just have all those God's Eye visuals over that top area. But Revenants, again, the matches that they played yesterday, the series that they played yesterday was also on the similar maps. It was the first map was Monaco, then it came Skyway, down to the decider was Kyoto in previous, but this time it's a different scenario. I really want to see how things goes for side of the Revenants, because Y Clown, I've had a conversation with that guy and he seems pretty confident, Raider.
The confidence can be the X factor, might be saving the day for them. But let's have a look at the Bills. Well, one particular team, we do have, I believe, 2 mediums and 3 lights. Maybe some changes are going to be there from Myflix and David's perspective. But let's wait and watch if that's going to be the case or not. Okay, if this is the approach, I am pretty surprised, to be honest. I don't know if it's going to be valuable. Okay, finally the changes are there, guys. Well, there you go. It was a small surprise for us. We have 3 heavies now. I mean, whenever we see 3 heavies, my only go-to team is IND. What they did in Split 1 and the way they are in the main event right now, that is something impressive, to be honest. But let's have a look at the Revenants, as they are the defenders, and on the high side, Lethal Force will be making sure that they get the first few rounds, at least 2 rounds in their favor when it comes to their attack, because I know attack is a bit difficult, but you have to have at least 2 rounds in your favor so that you can impose that momentum on your opponent.
You know, as you mentioned the name of Team India, I am wondering the teams those who have already qualified for the main event, and they are 2 teams that are sitting in the LCQ, they will be also looking on to this match. They will be looking forward, hey, these teams are actually playing good, and if they're quite sincere or maybe they are preparing themselves for the main event, they will be coming up with a lot of homework from these matches. We're talking about this one, Lethal Force on the attack. I want to see how the approach just walks away, because the first match we have seen a lot of differences, isn't it? So in Split 1, every team wanted to go all in and get the decryption started and get all those eliminations in their name. But right now, it seems like all the teams have got some somewhat of like a steady approach for themselves and not to go all the way in.
Oh, the player has been spotted. Some shots. Yes, initial connection were made, but as we can see, Weasel, Black Hole, Whitey Live, and even Cloud for the same lyric has been damaged a lot. So this is not looking good. The Dome Shield still being effective, and as we can see, the canisters are going in. Lethal Force losing their first one. Not a very good start for them. The RPG-7 is in action. It's 4v4 for now. Getting so close, yet so far. The timer is running low. They still have 50 more seconds. I think it's still viable for them to go ahead and get the decryption started. But it's just not gonna happen that easily. Oh my god. Some hefty hits. 3v4 already. Lethal Force losing bunch of their own.
Oh my god, that was really a great so far duels that we see from the Revenants, and they are striking it hard as much. We've already seen that the defensive half being a little bit more viable or valuable for the defensive side who starts off on that side, but if iFlex getting taken down, bringing it down to a 1v4, the Revenants, they're already keeping themselves in an advantage. They were trying to just be there, just stuck, kind of being in the corner, just getting the heal done. Almost he was about to go out and face the players, but yeah, that was not the case. The first round goes in the favor of the defensive side, and the Revenants will be finishing it. One thing that comes in my mind, Raider, is that if the Revenants manage to get a 3-0 on the first half itself, he will be having a big confidence boost, and that can just shift the entire momentum of this first map.
Oh, that will be fun to watch, no doubt in that. If there is a 3-0 from one particular team, currently it's a possibility that Revenants are going to have it, as they already have the first round. I think that momentum is going to really be very beneficial for them. But this time, the attackers have chosen the path of the rooftops. In the previous matchup, they were trying to go from the buildings. It didn't really work out for them because they were getting engulfed. But once again, it is happening. The lights from the rooftops of the church is just shooting them away. Is putting them away for now. But let's see what this guy is gonna do. Let's see what David is occupying when his perspective is pretty clear. But as we can see, the shots are being connected. The initial damages are already there. iFlix on the light is already down to like 70% of his HP. So it's gonna be a tough one to for him to like really swing and eventually get the job done. Also on the spiral stairs, we get to see Super Glitch holding it off. Not just that, the heavy is also there with the Lewis gun.
You know, sometimes the spiral stairs kind of surprises
The whole
me,
round spirals down from that corner.
Yeah, I mean, it also increases my anxiety sometimes when I'm playing. It's like I see sometimes that one of my teammates is coming from behind, and the next moment I see my opponents just climbing up the stairs. So it's a different scenario sometimes, but right now, as we see, the Revenant still keeping up the man advantage, gives a lot of hefty damage to the players of Lethal Force, and again the attacking half not being much viable, but David trying to pull something off from this particular position. The shots are being still exchanged, but there are the numbers have been in the favor of Lethal Force right now as they struck down two of the players. Now it's down to 2v2.
The whole church is now in shambles, but yes, we are the winners of the second round. Oh my god, this was a good comeback coming in from Lethal Force. I mean, it did started with a downfall type of equation for Lethal Force, but the way they were able to enact against Revenant, all thanks to David and his shotgun, that was amazing. I mean, he dented out at least 2 individuals over there, and after that, it was all followed up with the flamethrowers and also with the Lewis gun. It was just phenomenal the way things started to topple down, but you can clearly see how beautiful this game is. I mean, a huge building like Church gets demolished down. You have a lot of openings to play with, and in that particular scenario, the team which was on deficit, it started to come back. I mean, talking about Team Lethal Force, they did good in the previous round. All they need is just one more round, because on attacks, I don't really expect for a particular team to getting 3 zeros in their name, because attack is obviously a bit difficult. You have to infiltrate, you have to go for the decryption getting started, and then finally make sure that the interruption did not come through. The interruption is not going to come through for the next 60 seconds. So obviously the job of an attacker or attack side team is definitely a bit difficult, but for now the sonar grenade is going to detect all the individuals. The key is still in the hand, but this wall is the only thing which is saving them.
You know, sometimes this time I really feel like Lethal Force has got that credibility to just step up and maybe get a lot more eliminations and maybe put a lot more pressure on the Revenants. And this hasn't been the same case in the previous rounds for the Revenants. So it's a challenging position, and I really want to see how they deal with it. But the sonar grenades have detected the players. Lethal Force, they're down with one man. I mean, they have still got 4 more left, but they have lost one of their players out there. Not a great start for them being on the attacking side, but the Revenants, they just know how to manage things up, as even the frays are being exchanged by Lethal Force, but they have to keep the back up. They have to keep their 6 in a check, because Lethal, like the Revenants, they are just swarming over all the place.
Oh, yes, the shots were going in, but look at this flamethrower out of blue getting pushed in, and eventually the value is here right now, guys. The Revenant, they were able to win 2 rounds in the very first half. Now the question is when the sides are going to get switched, that means the second half is going to queue in and Revenant is going to attack. Are they going to be still that valuable or are they going to be on a deficit? We want to see that because the tiebreaker round could be very interesting to watch. That will be the 7th one if we go towards that round, because Revenants, all they need is just 2 more in the name, and if they get it, obviously they will have the first map in their favor, and then from Monaco we'll dive into the next one. So let's see. 3, 2, 1. As the buzzer goes off, these individuals will be throwing knives in the hand. iFlix, he did wonders in the split one with these throwing knives, and he's the one who is absolutely efficient with this. But remember, guys, this is a 5v5 type of play. You have to be efficient as a team. You have to be fruitful as a team with the help of dematerializer and also some barricades and then goo walls. You can clearly see the setup has been made. The defenders are making sure that they get the right value out of it.
Oh, the player has been spotted. Instantly the nades and all those grenades being tossed in. The Revenants, they will lose one of their players. Still trying to start the decryption, but Lethal Force also loses the numbers. It's all down to a 4v4 contention. But Lethal Force, you can see Black Hole is burning, but still trying to make those connections. Lethal Force, they're still not able to strike back the way the Revenants have done, being on the defensive half. But yes, it all comes down to a 3v2 as Revenants, they still keep the man advantage in their favor, while Danger Killer, he wants to go up close and personal with that flamethrower, trying to burn all the things around him up and out. But it's not the case. Lethal Force down to a single player.
But the fact is, the other 2 individuals that are surviving are also down to like very minute amount of HP. But still, we get to see Revenant being the on-par team for now. Lethal Force, I don't know where their Lethal Force actually, quite ironically, has gone. Because if you see, the other guys are doing something fun. David on the charge and slam is someone who can change the game, specifically when it comes to the defense. Through those domes, through those barrier meshes, he can be effective, but so far it does feel like that the efficient play is not going to come. Revenant, they're just one step away, 1 round away from their victory in this very first map of the quarterfinals match number 2. They need to have that lead in the name. Let's see what iFlix and his individual teammates are going to do, because so far they have not been that fruitful. The only round that was there in their favor was the second one, and lately we are diving into the 5th one. We can clearly see that the struggle is quite on. Having 3 heavies definitely gives you an edge that you can be the tank, you can absorb all those damages, but it just feels like that's due to the maneuverability issue with the heavies. I think the values could still come into the favor of Revenants.
Revenants have, I kind of think they have understood how to play along with these kind of builds. Yeah, we sometimes get surprised, but oh, they never expected a player to be on the top instantly. The rooftop being in shambles. Players of Team Lethal Force looking forward to strike in from unexpected positions. And iFlix, he has to play a major part, being on light and also throwing knives. He can get a lot more frags in his name, and the Revenants, they are struggling, but their instant trade exchanges are helping them to still survive in this competition. Down to 4v4, and the Revenants will be looking forward to get that decryption get started, but the Lethal Force comes up with another counter.
Okay, now it's 4v2, now it's down to 3v2. Interesting, iFlix has been put down, so the light is out of the equation. Okay, it's 2v2. This is looking pretty tricky for now. The Revenants, the all-alone guy is going to be Leo, who is a light. And we have 1 heavy and 1 medium playing up against him. Oh, and this is going to be tricky. We know that lights are pretty hefty when it comes to their damages that they can deal. But in terms of reciprocation, I don't think so that they can tank up, they can absorb a lot of damage. Yes, Leo is up again with 100% of his HP, but 100 HP to be precise, not 100%. Because if 100% HP is there, he would be at 150. But now, CS have been broken. Decryption key is over there. He is going to pick it up. 15 more seconds to play with. I don't think so that it's a viable option for him to win in this particular round. I totally believe that it's basically a loss for them. Cloaking. In effect, player has been spotted, goes ahead to shoot him away, but there was another guy on the rooftop with the eagle's eye perspective, and there you go, guys. We have Team Lethal Force trying to go for the tiebreaker.
This is interesting. This match is going very close. You see 3 heavy build trying to do something better this time, being on a defensive half, and it's somehow it's helping. Then they have figured it out. Yeah, three heavy contestants being on our side gives us a big advantage. They've got more HP. They can stand out. They can just like literally slam out, destroy the objectives around around the area, and they can clear your path very easily. So that is actually somehow working good for the side of Lethal Force, because you can see the destruction around the map. It's immense.
Oh yeah, whenever you have heavies, I am definitely coding on those heavies because of the fact that they can easily change the whole map. But using the portals can be beneficial as well. Let's see if they're going to go for it. Let's wait and watch. 1 minute and 45 seconds more to go. This is the sixth round. And of course, Revenants from the previous round as well, including in this one and also in the next one, will be on the match point. All they need is just one good round in the name, and they will be winning the map of Monaco. But so far, it does not feel that easy. Yes, they were able to win their very first attack round. Barrier mesh activated. Heavy, known as Danger Killer, is out there on rooftop. The damages are coming through. Barrier mesh is not going to survive a long time. But still, with the rooftop advantages, we can clearly see how things are being efficient. But Leo, on the other corner, damaged a lot on Weasel. But he's going to fall back. But the shotgun action is going to be interesting. Mr. Hems was also down to like barely 70 or 80% of his HP. But so far, they have not yet accessed any particular side, any particular terminal. Oh, that's bad. Revenants losing their first one, but instantaneously another light goes on. And this time it was from the other side, but the decryption has been started. Now it all trickles down to what defenders have to offer. Lewis gun activated. Charge and slam. Oh my god, this is going to be fun to watch. Both the heavies got onto the charge and slam. The specializations are active. The dome shields are efficient. But it all trickles down to one last member. Flamethrowers activated. I think this could be it, but no! What? Who's gonna win? It is going to be Team Revenant. The Revenants, to be precise, who are gonna win this very first map of quarterfinals match number 2. This one, honestly, Necros, was very, very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, I had fun, and I had a flashback of what happened in the split one final day, the semi-finals and the finals matches. Those matches were that much close as what we just saw right now. We really anticipated to have these kind of matches more in this community cup, but this is the ideal match. This is the ideal start of a BO3 series that everybody anticipates, and the way the Revenants have stepped up. Oh my god, I'm really hyped up for what's gonna come up next. Monaco is ended, they are leading the series. The next one is Skyway. And when they come down to Skyway, let me remind you, Skyway was really, really great for the side of the Revenants in the previous matches that they have played so far. And now when they come down to their own picked map, they will be pretty much more confident because they have got the map which was selected by their opponents, and they have dominated that match. I won't say dominated, it was close battle, but once again, winning is a win is a win. Let it be like even it was close or it was like a one-sided way.
Agreed. If you win, yes, you are the better one out of those two particular teams who are being compromised in a particular matchup. But for now, I have certain topics, certain points that I want to talk on. Specifically from the sides of Lethal Force, I think the actively usage of specializations were not that effective. Talking about the charge and slam in the very last round that we just were able to witness, in that particular round, we got to see both the sides using the charge and slam on their heavies, but from the side of Lethal Force, it was not that effective. I know that charge and slam is a little bit difficult to control, and that's why people usually go for different specializations. For example, the barrier mesh, which can be the safeguarding X factor for you. So I think, yes, the usage of specialization is something that Lethal Force needs to work on. On the hindsight, when it comes to iFlix, yes, he's a light, he is delivering the values, but then again, if you see that a light has to be there in a close quarter circuit with a medium or at least a heavy, so that you can tank up the damage, and the light can actually dish out the whole damage onto his opponent. So that was not something which really worked out from their corner. But talking about the MVP of this map of Monaco, it is going to be the Revenants, Mr. Hemsworth. In Split 1, they had a different name, but in Split 2, they have a different game.
That's certain. I mean, the kind of game that they had, the Revenants, they will be definitely looking forward to reach the semi-finals and maybe meet their desired opponents in the main stage, probably the Fans Community Cup finals, in which you see War Generation and Team ID still, I mean, they have claimed their spot in the main event. So maybe as a team, as any team who is still competing in Split 2 or maybe in the LCQ, they have their own eyes set on that main stage, on the main event slot, and to reach there, you need to be in the finals of Split 2, and that's what I really believe Revenants are heading towards. With 6 eliminations in his name, Mr. Hemsworth is definitely looking forward to get some more of these eliminations in the upcoming games, in the upcoming maps, because this momentum is really affecting his teammates to just gear up their game and also try to play it as a team. And I really love this fact how team the Revenants are playing right now, because I really do see that team game, the team spirit inside every player in the team.
Agreed. Definitely, the synergy part is something which is really working from their corner. But the beauty is, it was Monaco that was picked up by Lethal Force, and they lost their pick. Now the question would be what happens in the next one. But even before that, let's talk about the scoreboard. Let's talk about the stats. iFlix, David. David being the heavy, I think it can be justified that he did not have that many eliminations in his favor. But what about iFlix? He was the light, but he got just 2 frags, had that throwing knives combination, which he was able to utilize quite brilliantly in the split 1. But as I said in the split 1 as well on the desk, that remember guys, it's just the split 1 that we are talking about. In the near future, when the split 2 comes in, when the LCQ is going to queue in, when the finale week is going to be there, the main event is going to be there, there will be a lot of different play styles that are going to evolve along the way, because this is the very first community cup where open for all registrations are there, where people are trying to figure out what happens and what not. And you can see out of all 10 individuals which are there in the whole game, iFlix is the one which was not that fruitful. I know he's an absolutely avid gamer, and I'm looking forward to see how he is going to evolve along the way.
Yeah, being on a light, it kind of surprises me as well, because he was playing on a light build. So I expected him to be one of those top fragging people in the map of Monaco right now, because those throwing knives actually can cause a deadly amount of damage to the opposition if you can connect it pretty well. And in that way, I really thought, okay, iFlix is playing on that low build, and he's also using those throwing knives all to himself. So that might just give him an advantage to go all in and get the early frags done. But it was not the case. He was taken down and was caught off guard multiple times. And I don't blame him because of those situations, because you see the opponents, they were also very good with their positionings. The read that they had in the entire map was really brilliant, and that's why they prevailed on top.
Well, that's one way to put it. And now I want to see if there is a possibility of Lethal Force coming back into the map pick of their opponent. Let's just see if that's going to be a possibility, because of course Lethal Force had a very good chance of conquering the whole scenario in their favor. The specific first map of Monaco should be in the name, but unfortunately that's not the case. There are certain disadvantages that they had, and obviously, as we are surprised after seeing the scoreboards, that the lights were not that efficient. The heavies were also tanking up the damage, but not that efficient with the relays. The specializations didn't really work out, so there are certain key points that went wrong for them. But now the only option, the only salvation that they have is they have to win the next one. Otherwise, the Tisada will not queue in, Las Vegas will not be queued in, and if Las Vegas is not here, we will get to see the other team, the Revenant, moving into at least LCQ.
Yeah, the Revenants don't want to be in LCQ once again. Nobody wants to be in the
Nobody
LCQ.
wants to.
There are a couple of more matches to come up and get this slot done for the main event. But again, this is the second map of the series, and this is going to be in the map of Skyway. Well, Skyway has a lot of relations with me, because sometimes it has been one case that I've kind of fell off from a building side and got like, okay, what happened? I
Nothing unusual.
Hey, are you trying to fire some shots on me?
Well, that's your thought, maybe.
Okay. Well, about the builds as well, it seems like Raider, there are some light builds, and I really wish Lucifer was there again back on the desk, because it seems like you're firing shots at me, but I don't have a counter ready at this moment.
Oh, wait for it, man. I'll give you chances, no worries. But yeah, guys, let's see if Lethal Force are going to get any chance against Team Revenants to come back in the picture. Let's see if it is going to be efficient enough or not. But yeah, Lethal Force will be defending for the very first half, so maybe they are actually at a very good spot for now. See, defense is one of those equations where you can really pull off a lot of big plays. But with the SR-84 in the hand, Weasel is the light. Not just him, but iFlix is also playing on a light build. We have 2 lights, 1 medium and 2 heavies. It is going to be David and Danger Killer once again on the heavies. But as you can see, pretty sneaky approach. The encryption key is still there in the hands, barrier mesh activated. KS-23, a very brilliant shotgun to play with. But then again, you have to be very precise with the aim. It's like one of those SR-84 moments. If you miss, maybe with the XP or maybe with the FCAR, or even AKs your opponent are going to put your way. So watching out for all those chances are going to be equally important. But there goes the very first shot of SR84. Weasel connects it. Not going to completely put his opponent away, but still the connection was made.
Sometimes I feel like the light builds are always very, very valuable. Sometimes when you want to go all in and get the frags, but when it comes down to snipers, it's really hard to deal a lot of damage. But look at the rate of exchange of trades. One down, another moment you see another equalizer coming in. The Revenants brings it down to 2v2 right now. Lethal Force down to a single player. Leo and Super Glitch in position. They know they're guarding the key. They need it to start the decryption on one end. It's not an easy job sometimes. It brings him down to such a low HP. This is the right moment for the side of the Revenants to charge in and maybe start the decryption, but also get that final elimination done. As iFlix, he's barely surviving on 26 HP. He will be getting the heal done, so over. He's moved up to 100, making it a doable situation for the side of Lethal Force.
But they have decided to switch around. They are now moving towards B, and they're going to go ahead and get the decryption started onto the B. But ooh, this was good with the mine. Proximity mine, we get to see one guy getting shattered. Where's the next one? iFlix, this is possible. It's doable for you. We complained a bit, we criticized a bit of what happened, but as we can see, the timer was running low. And yes, Lethal Force is just going to win on that particular perspective. But I guess we have some technical difficulties that are coming through. So yeah, guys, we are back on the desk. We will talk a bit about this beautiful start that the Revenants had. The Revenants definitely were looking good for a brief time period, but then it all trickled down to a 2v1 equation. The proximity mine getting implemented over there, and with that, things were drastically falling out of the hands for Team The Revenants. Now the question is, what will Lethal Force do in the very first round? What do you think about that, Nikros?
I mean, somehow I felt like Lethal Force, they are pulling and they're trying to get the eliminations done for themselves, but sometimes it's difficult, Raider. I mean, when you play the game, when you know that it's not an easy job to get the eliminations and also stop the decryption happening and all. So sometimes it's tough, but the Revenants, they're also, I would say, they are both of the teams against each other. They are the ideal opponents that every team wants in their competition. If one gets, if the Revenants take one frag off Lethal Force, you can see the instant trade is coming one or the other way. So that is a way that I really wanted to see the fights happen, to be honest. And I'm really enjoying the fact that both are putting their 100% in this game.
Agreed. I mean, they have to, because remember, guys, it's all about the survival for now, as Lucifer also said in the train segment. But as we can see, the charge and slam not being that effective. I was pretty surprised with that approach. Devil's gun in the hand. Oh no, it all trickles down to one last individual. Revenants, I am pretty surprised with this approach, man. I don't know. Initially, you were pushing with a light. Always, whenever you're trying to make an entry in this particular game, guys, I think the heavy or medium should be the first one. Lights are someone who can flank around a lot, who can explore a lot of different angles, and then eventually be that X factor, be that surprise for the team. But it seems like that Revenant have decided, let the light initiate, and whenever that happens, light cannot really absorb a lot of damage from those proximity mines, from those guardian turrets, or from those toxic canisters or other canisters, for example, are also going to be there on their face. So I think pushing up with a light is never a very good approach. Yes, you can have a medium or a heavy breaking onto the doors, heavy infiltrating onto the whole equation, and then finally getting the right value out of it. But remember, guys, it's the attack that we are talking about. Revenants so far have failed miserably in the first 2 rounds, but with the help of this portal, maybe they're going to win few more. Let's see if that's going to be the case. 1 round is needed at least for Revenants so that they can win the next 3 in their defense half. And if they do it, obviously they'll be the winner of this quarter finale match number 2. They are moving outside the angles and they're not really infiltrating the buildings. They're moving at the adjacent angles of the maps, and then they will finally infiltrate, probably.
Yeah, that is somehow, I think, the way they want things to turn around in their favor. But Lethal Force, once again, not a great start. One of the players have been picked off. But we both know, Raider, that both the teams, they are the equal opponents that they want, like any team wants to have in the matches. But Lethal Force right now, try to equalize the numbers, but instantly another trade came from the side of the Revenants, putting down another player of Lethal Force. Now this is going to cause a lot of distortion, but oh my god, there is another equalizer coming up from the side of Lethal Force, making it up to a 3v3 battle.
Oh, now it's 2v2. Look how close the action could be. Lethal Force down to one last member. He has to survive Weasel. With the cloaking, he is definitely trying to evade a lot of equation. But remember, guys, oh, the SR-84 action is going to be on par. Decryption key in the hand. They are moving in, probably approaching towards A terminal so that they can start the decryption. And once they do it, the decryption has to be interrupted so that Weasel can win this last round. But the decryption has been started, as you can see. Oh my god, this is going to be tough. The flammable canisters are going through, definitely going to damage out his opponent, but cloaking once again into effect. Nothing valuable so far. The timer is running low, 45 seconds more to go. SR-84 is not the viable weapon. Oh, the glitch trap is going to punish him a lot. His position has been pretty much revealed. Now the players do know another glitch trap. Okay, that's interesting. But he's just completely ignoring the fact that he has been detected. Okay, he's going to burst out the mines. Will he be able to stop? No, not at all. The heavy pushes in. He had the cloaking on.
Whoa.
Now it's 1v1. But finally the counter comes through.
Oh.
This was a very good approach from Weasel, to be honest.
Yeah, I really thought once for 1 second that he might be just clutching it out, but the timer was also taking quite fast. But he got taken down. It was a 1v2. Now, never easy when you see both of the players in front of your eyes, but still try to push the limits of players of Lethal Force was definitely a great move. And even the Revenants tried to just clinch the round that easily. Was, I won't say easily, but yeah, they clinched the round, making it up to a 2-1 before the sides are swapped. It's pretty decent because now they're in the defensive half, and Revenant, they had a very decent defensive half in the map of Monaco. So I do expect this similar things to happen in the main map of Skyway as well. But Lethal Force, the comeback that they have also showcased us in the first couple of rounds has been really nice, just keeping up their hopes alive in this competition.
Let's wait and watch if the hopes are going to pay something valuable for them or not. And as I can see, trouble goes on. The attackers, the Lethal Forces moving in, they have their specializations available. And if I'm not wrong, it's the flamethrower which is there in the hand of the other guy, which is Danger Killer probably. Let's see if that's the case. If he's going to find something valuable over there. The sonar grenade is going in. They have made an approach. The player has been spotted. SR-84 action is smooth. Weasel connecting some shots initially. But as we can see, the player has been detected. He is trying to evade a lot. The decryption has to be started. I think they can easily go ahead and get the decryption started pretty soon.
Oh, look at this. Dematerializer being used. David going up front, trying to make some good connections, but oh my god, he gets taken down. Revenants, great start, but Lethal Force also faces backslashes from that positioning, but no, Cloud never judged that there will be a player sitting in that position. 1v3 situation for the side of Revenants, and never easy. Danger Killer gets taken down, but that's the third round underway for Lethal Force.
Well, this might be a very beautiful comeback from Lethal Force as they are trying to reverse the sweep. Because remember guys, in their own pick of Monaco, they were faltering down, but it seems like that in this beautiful map of Skyway Stadium, things will be in a different way. That's something which is going to be valuable for them, but let's wait and watch if that's going to be the case or not, because still the decider may or may not come. We have 2 more rounds, specifically even before the tiebreaker comes through. So let's see if this round 5, round 6 and round 7, the tiebreaker, will be in the favor of Team Revenants if they really want to come back or not. As they are the defenders, I totally believe that they are at a comfortable spot, but the way they lost the very first round of the second half, that was a bit surprising for me. Lewis gun activated. I mean, in the hands, RPG-7 also pretty much readily available. The heavies are absolutely amazing, but then again, the maneuverability that you get with the heavies are not that on point, and that's the only compromise that you have with a heavy. Otherwise, they can easily change the shape of the whole map as well.
We are probably going for a decider raid. I mean, that is going to mark if it goes, because Lethal Force, they're just 1 round away from pulling this map off. So that's going to be the second matchup in this entire split to have 3 matches being played, because one was there in the round 1. So this can be the second one of the split 2. In split 1, we have seen like couple of 3 mappers So that's not quite surprising though. Lethal Force, they're a different side. Revenants, they have a better approach. They're trying to get the counter to a different position, a different level. But Weasel drops down to a very, very vulnerable position, a very vulnerable HP. The two players instantly being picked off by the players of the Revenants is turning the tides against them. As the Revenants, they're trying to chime in and get all the values all to themselves. Lethal Force down to a single player, still trying to retaliate as much as possible. Brings down to 3-man, but that's not enough because we see the Revenants, they have won this round and they will be moving up to a 3-2 scoreline.
And that's why I said that the journey for the Revenants is not that easily going to be over, because you can clearly see that they have those insights to come back into the picture, and obviously they are in a very favorable spot when you are defending a particular map which you have already played for the first 3 rounds as an attacker. I think you have a better idea of what to do in the next half, and that's exactly what team the Revenants are trying to relay. Of course, there is a possibility that Lethal Force might just win this one, but the fact is, it's not going to be an easy win from both the sides, I would like to say, because even Lethal Force, they are just standing on the marching door of a match point. They just need one good round in the name, and the match point will turn into the winning round. So let's see if that is going to queue in. The AVs for now, soaking up the damage that is going to come through. One light on Leo, and one medium as well, which is Super Glitch. Attackers on the other corner, Lethal Force still trying to go through the buildings with the decryption key in their hands, patiently waiting to get the right value. And the flamethrower. It's always interesting to watch how a heavy with the flamethrower can be efficient. There are certain rounds where we have seen those values coming through, but now they are approaching the A with the sonar grenade being utilized. I think the opponents will be getting that inside, and yes, they got it. As we can see, the damages are getting queued in. They are definitely receiving a lot of shots, but still waiting to see where the first blood is going to get depleted.
Always a big threat, this flamethrower. It can burn anything and everything that comes in his way. Danger Killer trying to prove himself up, but have to use the jump pad to change the position. But look at this, there is no escape from Cloud's weapons. All you see is decimating the opponent's Lethal Force down to 3-man right now with a 5v3 situation up on their head. This is not a great sight for them because they were almost winning this map, and from there, team the Revenants, they're looking forward to get a redemption done for themselves as all 5 players are still alive, Raider.
Yeah. It's basically a 2v5 equation. Well, now it's 2v4. That's one less of a headache for them. But still, I don't think so that it's going to be easy for them to pull off. Oh, look at this flamethrower going in. But when you are a light, you can easily evade all those attacks. Dropping down from the building is not going to be good for him. Duos being appointed. Remember, guys, they have to interrupt that decryption that is already going on. SR-84 shots still being connected. Not going to be effective enough, but I think they have to look forward to get that decryption stopped. Interrupted. Oh, let's see if it is going to be valuable. No! Last 12 seconds. What will happen, guys? What do you think?
No
It's
way!
a 1v1. Oh my god, this is going to be close enough. Last few seconds. I don't think so. It's a win scenario for the other particular team. I think it's definitely a win for Lethal Force. The attackers were able to decrypt the terminal. And one guy, one light, did it all.
Never they expect. I was really wondering why are they not going to stop the decryption. But Lethal Force, I mean, they had the man advantage, the Revenants. I don't know what the call was and how they were trying to build their game. But if one guy was taking care of that one light player, the other two should have gone, and one should have been like, yes, I'm guarding you, let any player come, I'll just try to give him damage and just push him away from this position, and another guy can just sit in the decryption and just do the very same. I don't know what was the call, and it was surely a big mistake by the Revenants, or it could have been an equalizer, but kudos to Lethal Force as we move up to the decider map.
Las Vegas it is. I never expected that in the quarter finale we are going to see a decider coming in, but all thanks to what Lethal Force did, we have that decider coming through. So I'm pretty excited about what will happen in that particular matchup. But even before that, I really want to know who is the MVP from Lethal Force. Of course, there will be a particular guy who's going to, I guess, represent his team and the whole map as the MVP. I think it could be Weasel, it could be David as well. Both of them were doing good when it comes to their playstyle. The way they perform was something pretty interesting. Even Leo, for the same sake, I would like to say he also did wonders. But at the end, one light can change the whole game. That was the statement that Hope was making in the previous map as well when iFlix were playing on it. And that's exactly what we were able to see in this second game, because this was the guy who saved the day. Like, yeah, he was taken down, but it was just 5 seconds left, and in those 5 seconds, you can't really interrupt the decryption. So a win-win scenario for Lethal Force. Now, all they have to do is just basically maintain this reign of terror in the next decider map. That is going to be, of course, Las Vegas.
We haven't seen Las Vegas being played a lot of times in Split 1 and
Yeah.
Split 2. Even we don't see Las Vegas being played a lot of times, and this time also it's the decider map. So we moved on to Las Vegas for sure, but one thing is still taking my mind at that the Revenant. They had almost pulled this round. They were almost coming up with like a counter rounds and counter attack against Lethal Force. So that
Agreed.
is still gonna annoy somewhere in the part of their brain that we were almost about to lose or maybe equalize this map of Skyway. So it was not like, okay, we got it, we had a great defending half, defense half, and in the attacking half as well we dominated. It was not the case. So Lethal Force, they still have to be in that holding rounds, trying to be going with the basics, going with the same default movesets to just be in the game, because if they make one mistake, I'm quite sure the Revenants won't even hesitate to capitalize on it.
I agree on your points, man, because the Revenants is not a team which loves to lose, and the way they performed in the previous map also was a pretty, I guess, loud and clear statement from their corner as well. Yeah, they lost, but that was a very tricky spot to deal with. But talking about the MVP, it is going to be Danger Killer. I am surprised because from Lethal Force there were certain other individuals who did wonders, but this guy with a combat score of 4020, that's amazing. 5 eliminations, 4 assists, and just 5 deaths as well. In the 6 rounds that these guys played, this guy was pretty phenomenal, and it's pretty evident why he's the MVP. The way his assists were working, the way his eliminations came through, that was definitely beneficial for the team at the end. Now the question would be, what are the scoreboards telling us? What are the differences that were made? And of course, scoreboards are somewhat of a result leaderboard which tells us that where the mistakes were done. I think from the side of the other team, the Revenants, the mistake was done from lights. They were not that effective this time.
Yeah, I also felt that, but somewhat even I felt like they almost had the read. They knew how to make the counter possible against Lethal Force, but at the very end, I still believe that that round could have been converted by the Revenants, but it was not the case. But have to again give the credits to that one sniper who just pulled everything all by himself. He was left all alone with the 1v3 situation on his head. From there, getting the players down, still delaying the interruption that was happening was immaculate. I mean, there was no words in my mouth that I could say about him, because that is a really tough job. When you are inside the game, you know how much the heat is there, and you know how much pressure is on you. All the teammates try to tell you that you can do this, you can go from this side, and you can get the player down. But you know your game, and that's what he did. That's why he just pulled the round off all by himself.
But yeah, indeed, that was wonders. But this time, if you see, once again, iFlix is going to be on the bottom of the charts when it comes to having graph of who performed and who were able to relay how many damages onto their opponent. But at the same moment, we can clearly see Mr. Hemsworth as well was one of those individuals who was not that effective when it comes to giving that damage onto his opponent. Although being unheavy, just one frag, one elimination was all that he had. So yes, there are weaker links which the Revenants can exploit. Of course, they can improve on it. Mr. Hemsworth coming in from the Revenants, he had to improve on that particular node, but there are weaker links like iFlix and other individuals also there, which are there from Lethal Force's perspective. So I guess picking apart those individual players and getting the picks onto them could be beneficial for them, but then again, you never know from which corner the lights are going to come with the cloaking or evasive dashes. So the specializations are something which can implicate a lot of damage onto you. So I think yes, the next game, which is Las Vegas for sure, it is going to be very, very important, because that is the only obstacle that you have as Revenants or as Lethal Force in between you and the spot in the semis.
Yeah, exactly. Both the teams seems like, yeah, we have got the warm-up done. We have won each map all by us. So it's quite fine. Both the maps were so close here. Now I'm expecting Las Vegas. Nobody tried to pick it. So who is more prepared in this particular map? Is it Lethal Force, or is it going to be the Revenants who are much more prepared for this map? Because on the defending side, it has always been a lot more favorable. In the first map also we saw that, the second map of Sky we also saw that, but now when the decider comes, Lethal Force, they have chosen to start off things with on being on the defensive side. So again, they're just trying to keep that advantage all to themselves, trying to make it a 3-0 in the first half to have the driver's seat. But is it going to be that easy for them? Because the Revenant seems to be pretty hungry.
They are hungry. They are ferocious at this moment. But Lethal Force, it seems like their hunger is paying off for them as well. As the way they were able to snatch that last round in the name was something amazing. Now, Revenants will be attacking once again. It's going to be a tough one for them to crack with. Las Vegas is a map where you can easily go with the roof-to-roof play, but it's pretty wide open when it comes to the rooftop play. So maybe the players are going to choose those streets to play with. And eventually the casinos are going to be somewhat beneficial for them in terms of having that cover. And I can clearly see Revenants exploiting those casinos as a cover so that they can get that key pretty close to the terminals. And they do have the portals activated as well. Let's see if they're going to go ahead and utilize that. Yes, indeed they did. Now we are down to a 5v5 equation. No contacts in between Lethal Force and Team Revenants so far. Weasel, the guy who changed the whole equation in the previous matchup, was quite efficient, but right now with the SR-84 he is trying to connect some hefty shots. So far the connection has not yet been made, but he has the presence. It is pretty much clear. Weasel receiving some initial hefty damages.
All the shots are being fired. It has also made a good connection out there. Weasel still going to find out the first opening. The Revenants are very stubborn. They just don't want to give up the position like that. The shots being fired up from different directions is going to cause a lot of trouble. The nades and the utilities have been thrown away towards the direction of the Revenants, with the decryption being started, creating a lot more challenges for the players of Lethal Force to just swarm in and get the interruption started all by themselves. Because you see a lot of players out there. The Revenants have lost one, instantly an equalizer coming in. The Revenants are struggling with all the players. It's a confined area, but both the side loses all the players. It all comes down to a single player who will try to stop the interruption, but that won't be the case. Lethal Force will be walking away with this first round because they will have all the amount of time that is needed to stop this decryption and get this in their bag.
Well, they had 20 seconds, more than 20 seconds to be precise, and all you need is just 7 to 8 seconds in your name, and that's exactly what the defenders will be getting. So good victory once again. Bringing that momentum from the previous map in this one was very, very important for Las Vegas, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, Lethal Force in the map of Las Vegas, they are definitely beneficial for the very first round, but trust me, there are many more rounds where things can change, where things can go haywire. So I think it's still quite possible for the Revenants to bounce back. Even in the previous round, they were pretty close. I mean, that was a very quick decryption being started, but at the end, if you see, everything toppled down. The post decryption type of scenario is something where they have to improve a bit. They have to make sure that the interruption is not going to queue in. Not just the interruption, they have to make sure that the survival is pretty much there. Some crossfires could have been beneficial for them, but now the Revenants once again, with the help of a portal maybe. Okay, no portals for now. They're just swinging in and getting the damages onto their opponent.
A stable approach once again for the Revenants. Doesn't want to go up front and have any player losses. But I don't see a big difference in terms of gun power in both the teams. Lethal Force and the Revenants, they have almost a similar kind of game style and the approach towards a fight. So one thing that separates both of them is like the decision making and playing it together. So Lethal Force, if they play together, there's somebody instantly to get the trades done. So that's how they are just building up the rounds for themselves and winning it. But when it comes down to the Revenants, they are being picked off by just being alone in one corner. They're being isolated and getting taken down. So that's something that they want to avoid this time.
Good amount of damage, but good retaliation as well. It's 4v3 for now. Lethal Force, the way they started, it's not looking good for them. The lights, the mediums, they are swinging in. It's 3v2 for now. And NT Cloud, Mr. Hemsworth is down. Danger Killer definitely was able to bring the right value. Lethal Force, it all trickles down to iFlex. If I'm not wrong, it's basically a light versus light. Oh, Lethal Force, what was that? Amazing, amazing. Lethal Force, iFlix down to like 6% HP, but he survives and he manages to interrupt the decryption. Oh my god, this is good. This is very, very good from Lethal Force's perspective. I mean, there is a lot of things that the opponents are going to learn from them, because trust me, the semi-finalists are pretty keen on watching what Lethal Force is going to do. And obviously, they would be watching the stream and they can clearly decipher that there are certain weak spots that you can exploit against Lethal Force. But the best part that Lethal Force has got is their post decryption type of a scenario, because in this scenario, they are very, very good with their decryption, or their interruption for decryption, sorry. So they're just being pretty efficient with this play. Now the question would be what happens next, because in the casino we have the terminal lurking, and that's terminal A if I'm not wrong. Terminal B is a little bit further. So I think once again terminal A could be approached, but the proximity mines, the turrets that are being appointed are also going to be enough so that they can get all those infos. But let's see if this round is going to be in the favor of the Revenants. The Revenants are quick on going ahead and getting the decryption started, but after that the follow-up, it's just not working for them. And you can see White Clown getting attacked by a lot of shots. The charge and slam goes in vain. There was nobody getting the value out of it.
Oh, even the sniper coming up from behind. Lethal Force literally utilizing everything that they have right now, because you know this can be the third round. Just putting an end to the run, or the trying, or maybe the hopes of a comeback for the side of the Revenants. Is that easy? Is that this easy? Bringing it down to 2v3. The Revenants are trying to fight it back as much as possible. The Black Hole, he is already in a very beautiful spot. Bring it down to 1v3. And White Clown barely trying to hide himself up so that he can just heal up and then get back into the fight, but he won't get the time. That's a 3-0 half for the side of Lethal Force, as they are just one round away from sealing the series in their name.
I'm a bit surprised from the approach of the Revenants. I don't know. I mean, in the previous two maps, they were so close and so cutthroat when it comes to their competition and their enactment, be it their defender side or be it their attacking side. But lately, as you can clearly see in this map of Las Vegas, which is not one of those readily used map, I can clearly see the struggle coming in from Revenants appointed by Lethal Force, of course. But now Lethal Force will be attacking, so maybe the sides will switch. The only option that Revenants are left with is bring the tiebreaker and win that too. But bringing in that tiebreaker is not going to be easy. As we can see, the attacks from Lethal Force has been initiated. They are going through the roofs. They have been spotted. iFlix getting a bit of a warning shot onto him. No connection so far. But still the positions, or should I say the rotation, is also pretty much readily available, and they know where the players could be coming in from. Guardian turret being appointed, but the position has been directed with the dematerializer on a B terminal. I can see that yes, they have got that cover to go ahead and get the decryption started.
This time, the Revenants, I mean, the Lethal Force are also like, hey guys, this can't be this easy. There has to be some traps out there, but no, it was not the case. The Revenants were very far away. Now even the single player has been taken down. Super Clutch has to go up close and personal, trying to find up some values. Lethal Force loses one. But instant the retaliation has still not arrived. The flamethrower is being exchanged from both these sides. The RPG makes a connection, but it hasn't given out a lot more damage to the players. But brings it down to a 4v3. Casualties from both the ends as Revenants are trying to fight for their survival in this series.
They're fighting for the interruption to come through, but I don't think so. It's gonna be easy. Oh my god, they're down to one last member. He is also out. What was that? It is gonna hurt the Revenants. They were able to qualify till the quarterfinal, and finally, the last map in the decider, you lose without even opening up, without even getting a single round in your name. Bit surprising for me, but Lethal Force, as the name suggests, they are indeed the lethal one. They might fall down in one map, but they are going to come up with a reverse sweep, and look how beautifully they were able to come back into the action. Well, congratulations on winning at least a spot of an LCQ. I know, Nicholas, you are going to once again say that you don't want to go to the LCQ, but that's the only option that these guys have got if they lose the semi-finale battle.
Yeah, I mean, they are already in the semis, Lethal Force, so they will be like, okay, we are in the top 4, so we are not out of the tournament anymore, even if we lose the semi-finals match, so it's fine. But the way Lethal Force have played, And on the other side, what the first match we saw from Eternal Fate, they are pretty confident. I mean, they were on a very, very much one-sided domination kind of factor. But it's very hard to tell, because their opponent were not that tough, or maybe not evenly matching up to their levels as what we saw in this particular BO3 series, because both the teams, they had the same level of game style, the same level of strategies, and the same level of gun power. So that kinds of brings down to this evenly matched competition, which was not there in the first BO3 series. But we don't know when Eternal Fate and Lethal Force meet against each other, maybe compete against each other in the BO3 series. That is where we can determine the differentiate between both the teams and the criteria that we want to see.
Well, there are a lot of factors that played the role in this particular matchup, but the way Las Vegas panned out, I think it was very good for the sides of Lethal Force that they had a defense in the very first half. Due to the fact that they had defense, they were able to explore a map a bit more. They were able to get that insight of what they had to do in this particular matchup and how they had to approach the post decryption type of scenario. Because if you see, every now and then in all 3 rounds, or let's just count the 4th round as well, we got to see that the decryption got started quite early. There was a very good approach onto either B terminal or A, and the decryption, when it got started, it all trickled down to the next few 60 seconds that we had. But talking about the MVP of this particular map, guys, it is going to be Weasel. He was there very efficiently in the second map as well, but right now Weasel definitely on the light, was absolutely on par, had 1 assist, 6 eliminations, and just 1 death in 4 rounds, and the combat score of 4101. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's truly amazing. And somehow I would say that Weasel has done his job that he was assigned to today. Lethal Force, they have done exceptionally well. Yes, the first match was a little dicey, but the comeback, I mean, that was really, really nice. Instantly coming up with a reverse sweep, it was something that definitely the Revenants never expected, but they anticipated, they saw it coming, because after the end of first match, if I was any of the player of the Revenants, I would know that if we give them a single chance to maybe come up and maybe give a counter attack, Lethal Force won't hesitate twice at all. So that was the situation. Every match was very close, and even the final match seemed to be like, okay, there is a time that we are seeing the Revenants making a comeback, though they Lethal Force pulled it off. It was a 4-0, a good game from their end, but Revenants, the journey in this tournament has been very nice, a decent one for them. Again, rooting for them to come up with a banger the next time that we see them playing in any tournaments of the finals. But for now, this is where we part away from the teams of the Revenants. But let Lethal Force, they're still in competition. They will be advancing towards the semi-finals.
Well, Lethal Force definitely will be advancing into the semi-finale, and they will be bringing in a lot of factor probably in their corner. But we need to know who are the next 2 quarterfinalists who are going to move and get promoted as the semi-finalists. For that, a short break will be queuing in, and after that, we'll be back to see what happens. Well, folks, as promised, after a quick short break, yes, we are back at the finals Community Cup, and I would like to just tell you guys that yes, we have got our two semi-finalists. Now, the question is, who are the next two ones? Sam, you are there on the desk. I want to ask you, what do you think about the schedule?
I think so far it's been all the teams who are making their appearance for the second time here in our Split 2 are the ones moving ahead. Lethal Force, they're the ones who got knocked out last time when they were playing against Worst Generation. They did not make it to... Wait, Worst Generation was it? No, it was with team level 100 Gyat who were already in the top 4 of Split 1.
Right.
Now,
right.
they said why they were fighting for this. Last time, they didn't even make it to the quarterfinals. This time, not just making to the quarterfinals, they make it even to the semis. Let's talk about Insidious versus Hawk. Now, here, Insidious were knocked out in Split 1, round 1 itself. So they didn't even get a chance to get to round 2 quarterfinals or semis. And Insidious this time have made their way into round 2. And this tells, right, the teams who are getting their chance again here are trying to do just, but Hawk looks like a cooked lineup. Killua, you saw him in the showdown. Joining him is Hades. He was also in the showdown. BT Android joining him. Suki Atma and Ghostly Boy. Looks like this is a packed lineup, and I've been hearing about them that they're cooking something.
Alright, we need to see what is it that they are really cooking. But on the hindsight, let's talk about their opponents. Insidious, Quark, Infinity, Kratos Gaming, Striker, and Kai's Gaming YT. So it's definitely going to be pretty interesting to watch how the whole equation goes down. As you rightly said, yes, the opponents known as Hawk are looking quite jam-packed with their playstyles, but we really need to know what are the maps. We start with Kyoto, as this Horizon and Skyway Stadium are already banned. Then we go down to Monaco, which is picked by Insidious, and the final decider will be yet again Las Vegas, just like the previous game. Well, I think this again could go to a decider. That's a very big probability after seeing what happens in the quarterfinal 2. Quarterfinals 3 could actually be in a similar fashion, but Kyoto is a map where I guess the attack is somewhere suppressed. Insidious can really have a fun run in it.
Let's wait and watch. But this time, both these two teams are participating in Split 2 for the second time. Now, on Insidious's end, it's the same team as we saw from Split 1, whereas coming in here, Hawk, they have a little bit of a change in lineup. Hades was playing, Killua was also playing. So let's see what works in between them as of now. Who's going to take this first map, because both of these two teams in the single elim are trying to fight to get to the top 4. Semis, meaning you have qualified either for the LCQ or the main event. Now, starting things off, Residence and Quarters are going to be our terminals, but looking at this attacker build, 1 heavy, 1 light and 3 mediums. Get ready for a lot of gadgets.
A lot of gadgets, a lot of quick actions also coming in, as we do have Killua playing onto that light. It's going to be pretty interesting to watch, but on the hindsight, when it comes to the other particular side, we really need to know what are the build composition that they are trying to achieve in their name. Well, of course, as you rightly said, the attack is something which is going to matter a lot. Kyoto is a map where you really need to be efficient with it, because it's a wide open map. Yes, you have a lot of greenery, a lot of obstacles which are going to be in hindrance of those SR84 shots, but if it gets connected, or if the player has a height advantage against you, he can easily give all that info. But with the help of jump pad, already into the shrines, moving in through the buildings, probably towards the A terminal, which is pretty much in their sight. They do have different specializations to work with. On the high side, when it comes to the Insidious, the defenders, they have, if I'm not wrong, 1 heavy, that is Striker, 2 mediums, actually 3 mediums and 1 light. Exactly similar mirror composition.
It's going to be interesting, but we see a revolver on the other end. I think we saw all AKs on the mediums. It's going to be interesting to see. They've already gotten spotted. Attackers have to be careful now. The key's also been seen. Oh, he spotted a defender. He also has a model 1887. Tries to connect, but I think barely even does chip damage over there. Oh, that's a light. That's the reason he's unable to track really well, but he's trying to judge with the movement there, and finally he spots the cloak gone, gets the finish as well, eliminating Kisei Gaming.
Now that's not a very good start for the light, as he was in shambles. Now it all trickles down to Quark. Kratos. Quark is also down to like 20-30% of his HP, but he is going to be back with 110, I believe. So I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be helpful for him. Shots being exchanged already, but still a slow approach from Insidious. Decryption is to be started. Oh my god, as soon as I said it, yes, the decryption has been started. We have proximity mines being over there. 5v3, Quark goes down, Kratos Gaming Striker, and the last man standing going to be Of course, Infinity. Can he survive till the Infinity, or is he going to go down? Model 1887, beautiful connection. With that, Infinity has been put down. Few more shots is needed. They are going to get it, I believe. Oh, missing initially, finally getting connected. Striker goes down, and the last guy also falters. Havoc, or should I say Hawk, winning the very first round of their own.
Hey man, I'm afraid of the Model 1887. That shotgun,
Yeah.
not just in close range, but it does good damage even in a distance. Something to be worried for. And when your light, who's roaming around for information, gets caught out like that and cloaked, and you could see Hades had him as a target. It didn't matter whether he was cloaked or not, and he never even blinked before taking that elimination. And now with that, our attackers, that's going to be Hawk. As we said, they have had a change in their lineup, and this powerful Hawk looks like they're here to go into the semis.
Oh, they are hunting for the prey, and this time it's going to be Insidious who are going to be their prey, as they are on a deficit right now, but having that defense in your favor and still not being fruitful, I think I have my own doubts on that particular equation, because you might falter down. A terminal is inside, so now grenade is being utilized from both the angles. Detection could be coming in pretty soon. Last stick, no detection so far. He is deep inside the building, but yet they have to find that terminal so that they can get the decryption started. And once that happens, 60 seconds could be pretty compromising, pretty interesting to watch. But Kratos Gaming, the medium, already into the site. He is looking forward to get the initial blows. Okay, finally they have spotted where their opponents are, but no connections as such. Nobody has been taken down so far.
But damage, look at the damage. Players from Hawk's end have taken a lot of beating. They waited for 10 seconds, recovered health right as of now, but they still know they're being surrounded by the side of Insidious. He's lost. They're trying to recover it, but they're not getting any closer, and there was a big blast. Maybe an RPG, I'm not too sure, but two of the attackers, they've been swept off.
Not just that, Ghostly Boy also receiving a lot of damage. The medium is not working the way it is intended to. Probably going to get more. Let's see if that's going to be the case. Going on the down. Looking forward to get some more picks. Striker also down to like 10% of his HP, but he's still there in the fight, and he's a heavy. And as you rightly said, 40 seconds, no time to really waste. SR84 shots making some good connections. It's 3v3 right now. The light has to be absolutely on par. But where is the decryption? So far, not yet started. And that's the only trouble that is going to be there on the attackers right now. Namely, Hawk. Okay, once again, some beautiful shots of KS23. It's 2v2 once again. Pretty equalizing stance. Decryption has been started. There you go. The savior is here. Oh my god. It's 2v1. And the last guy is actually a light. And he goes down. What a turn of events. We started with a 3v5. And at the end, we ended with a 2-0 equation in the name of one and only attackers. This was good for the corner Hawk. Yeah.
It was too good. I think BT, as soon as he got to know the position, first they didn't know that he was running around. But once his teammate got tagged by the sniper, he charges, and he makes sure before the charge runs out, he slams off onto the opponent, gets that elimination, and that's going to be 2 rounds for Hawk. This is looking like trouble. Insidious yesterday also did not have a great start in their round 2 game, and they did push it till the end, where they managed to qualify in the last map. This is going to be the same, because start of this doesn't look great. However, this tower near the temple is going to be a really good position to defend. It's very hard for somebody to capitalize or even get the decryption key and start the decryption. But right as now, the battle has already started. They've broken a part of the roof at the tower.
They are approaching, and you can see with the jump pads, they are already onto it. This is going to be a tough one to crack, but you can clearly see 2 individuals were over there, and it's already 4v5. The attackers are failing. Once again, just like the previous one, need to know what happens next. Shots being made, connections being made for now. The turret being set up, but the decryption yet to get started. They have the key with them, but remember, the beauty of having this kind of area in Kyoto is that you can shut it away. You can make sure that the terminal topples down. And decryption has been shot. Oh, with the revolver, beautiful connections. 3 good shots. But it's again a 3v5 equation in CDS. Yes, they have been damaged a bit, but they still have that manpower to work with, and that is going to be beneficial for them for sure.
I think the real contestants that you should fear here in the finals are the mediums. Their weapon range is vivid, and their damage on every weapon is very different. It is very annoying. Yes, you're very afraid of the lights coming in. Their maneuvering is quick, but as of now, Ghostly Boy with his AK eliminates one. He spotted another, and the attackers seem like they're getting back into form. Spotted another. Can he find another elimination? Drains a health, a lot of it, and now he's charging in, but he's walking into a trap. There are two players on two different directions. Spots the mine, moves away. He spots the cloak as well, and now he knows what is happening. And this light might just be cooked out of the round, but somehow he manages. He gets down on the floor, and now he's disappeared out of existence, at least for the time being, but he's still there for the defenders.
He's going to be back with 100 HP. Yes, that's exactly what he's waiting for the next 10 seconds. It is pretty important, but as we can see...
But there's no time for the attackers.
Yeah, exactly. The decryption is something which is going to be out of their hands, and that's exactly why Insidious is going to win their very first round in this beautiful quarterfinale match number 3. So, not a very good start for them, but at the end, enough to make sure that they are still in the game, because if it would have been a 3-0 scoreline, then the trouble will rise for Insidious. But now it's a 2-1. They will be attacking. It's again pretty difficult for Insidious, but would love to see what Hawk is going to do in their defensive half.
Hey Raider, I've been enjoying the split to half of a lot of attack-sided rounds being won. Whereas in split 1, we saw a lot of defense-side rounds being won by players. This does tell us that players also in general have started evolving. And this is going to be interesting to see how far the limit can be pushed here in Split 2, because this is just the quarterfinals. Day 1 is what we are watching, or you could call it Day 2, because Day 1 happened yesterday with the Round 1 and Round 2 games. So tomorrow, the semis and the grand finals is even going to be more hectic for teams to qualify in the top seeds.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty impressive to watch what happens in the semis, but we need to know who are the semi-finalists. Well, we have got 2, and that is itself quite justifying Eternal Fate and Lethal Force on the other corner. But say Gaming YT, those shots, initially he made a contact, but after that was unable to follow it up, looking in effect, moving forward to get some good insights onto where the opponents are. But obviously when you are playing on an Insider 84, you need to have that height advantage in your favor. You need to have that eagle eye perspective so that you can shoot and also relay a lot of info. Let's see if it is going to pay something beautiful for them. They can easily go ahead and get that B terminal in their favor. They can start decryption on it, and that's exactly what the approach is. Look at that, decryption key is already onto it. Killua pushing forward, but with the Lewis gun, BT is making sure that the defenders are going to pay.
Yeah, not a lot of damage on the side of defense. Oh, very close. BT was not ready for that. Puts up a barricade, but they're already smashing the woods. They're breaking down this building, deconstructing it. The renovation is to get to the terminal, but they've also already put the Guardian turrets as well, and they're not able to get closer. Somehow Ghostly Boy gets a chance in the smokes. He's able to spot the player, but he was running out of bullets. Hit the reload, and also going to be hitting the bay for now, but making sure that the opponent also does attack us. Lose one, back to a 4v4.
Hawk, they're very close to winning this one. 20 more seconds to play with. It's already a 2v3 equation. Hawk, they are getting compromised. The shots are being connected. BT and Killua will be the last one. One light and one heavy to deal with. Decryption yet to get started, and that's exactly where they have to prove themselves quite worthwhile. And yeah, they are doing it. Look at this. Decryption has not yet started, and I believe it is going to be a fun win for them. It's down to 1v2, but the time, that's the notion that you have to count. And yes, Hawk is going to win their match point. Pretty close.
Insidious do one as such at the end of the first touch, so they reverse the script and Hawk do the same to Insidious. And now with the score of 3-1, Hawk are on map point of this best of 3, the first map. And if they close it, this is going to be done. This is going to be the first round, the first map in favor of Hawk, and they're going to be looking forward to pushing this lead into a 2-0 end. But last game itself, you guys were there with Necro's casting, and you saw it went to the decider, so we might have another decider on board. We have to wait and watch, but as of now, this is Hawk's map pick. Let's see what they'll be able to do.
It's pretty possible that yeah, we might go to the decider, but for now I need to know what is the approach coming in from Insidious, because this is the team which is lacking behind, and they do have a very big difference in between them and their opponent, because all Hawk needs is just one good round in the name. Once again, taking the height advantage in the name, and AC Gaming White, he is making sure that he attains some good shots onto his opponent just like the previous one, but he had to relocate once again. Now, the approach from Insidious has to be efficient, has to be a little bit out of the box, otherwise they won't be able to get that upper hand. They need to win every single round from here, but the direction came through. The tick from the sonar grenade. Oh, the player has been spotted. Pretty good connection from Killua. Depleting away the HP, making sure that he pays for the rotation. But I still want to see what happens next.
I really like how Killua is playing. For now, BT, he's going to be crucial. He was the reason the last time the round was saved along with Killua. Can he do it once again? He does it! Sends the RPG, smokes the player off, but quick to retaliate. Attackers also bring it to a 4v4.
Oh, look at this revolver action with the jump pad. This guy was good enough, but not good enough to completely put away his competition. SR-84 shot being missed, but on the other side, the connection is going to be there, and that was a no-scope if I'm not wrong.
Now that's a model 1887 from Hades coming through. He's been a menace, but he is stuck in a 1v2 situation. Key is close. Where are the opponents? The terminal as well. Oh, finally. Did he get spotted or he spotted one? Oh, they didn't spot him. This is his opportunity. Does damage to both. Can he find the elimination? Yes, he finds. Brings it down to a 1v1 situation. That's a very unfortunate isolated fight where they were not expecting. Quick down to 13. Hades is down to 90. Spots him on the roof. Hits him with a shot, but the revolver is lovely. I think that was a headshot connection coming in from Quirk. And with that, it is still a fight. Insidious push for.
Oh my god, what happened in the last round? I mean, beautiful 1v2 play would have been there in the favor of that individual, but at the end, the miss that he had on the rooftop, that was pretty interesting. And not just that, even the reciprocation that came through with one good revolver shot right on the cranium, it is going to push this action to the round number 6. Now things can change from here as well. As remember guys, Hawk is already on the match point. All they need is just one more round, but that exact one round is not even coming for them. So yeah, it's already pretty close when it comes to the competition. But Insidious once again making a good approach, clip traps and the other guardian turrets. All the other abilities and utilities and equipments that you get are going to get utilized pretty quickly. Killua, he was good with the SR-84. Now he has heard all those info cues. He knows that the players are rotating over here. Given the call to his teammates, let's see what is the execution part going to look like.
Insidious one round away from pushing it to a decider. Hawk one round away from closing this map. And there it starts. Defenders find the first. Hawk, they are getting closer. 5v4 right as now. Killua is the one to start that. Now Killua immediately making sure his trail is gonna disappear. But on the other end, charge and slam fails. BT still has backup, but they walk on explosive. But BT is still fighting. He brings it down back to a 4v3, but he's getting chased. A nice shot. I think it was a no-scope this time. And big damage, and immediately BT being eliminated back to a 3v3. This is going back and forth. Then comes in an assist. Attackers lose another. And now this is a chance for the defenders. The terminal is entirely covered, so the attackers can't get close. Even if they try to, they're going to be tracked. And look at the Guardian turret, giving them the slight info of it. Missed shot, missed opportunity, and here Ghostly Boy secures 3v1, and it's down to one last player, Kratos, and he also gets sent back to the lobby. First map, Hawk take it.
Hawk comes into the picture, swoops down, hunts their prey, and Insidious is out of the competition for now in the very first map of Kyoto. But remember guys, there is still Monaco left, there is still Las Vegas as the decider where things might actually go haywire. So I'm looking forward to see what is going to happen in that particular map. But yes, talking about Kyoto, impressive plays from both the sides. Both the sides were pretty close and cutthroat. Honestly, Hawks still were there into the game in the last round as well. In the 5th round to be precise. Talking about the 6th one, of course they were able to win that one. But eventually if you talk about the 5th round, the only mistake that they did was not... what was to be precise, underestimating that guy who was on the rooftop with that beautiful revolver in the hand. I guess if they would have timed their attack a little bit better, maybe there was pretty much of a possibility that could have been taken down. But at the end, what happened. We have the win for Hawk.
Yeah, I think individually, I think we are already getting to a point here in the Indian circuit where players are getting to a point in terms of the mechanical skill that we talk about it, right?
Yeah.
At par with each other. But in this game, it's not just about mechanics. I mean, there's no threshold that we see in the finals coming through, because the possibilities, as I said, is endless. Your imagination is what decides where the limit is. Otherwise, this enables anything and everything to happen. And even in the last round, right, the only reason I feel like maybe here there was a little bit of a loss, didn't manage to push through from the fight they had, Insidious, was because they never got a chance of breathing. You could see Hawk, if Killua started from the outside, then there would be BT close up, and along with him Ghostly Boy coming through. So the number of attacks kept cascading and it never stopped, which kind of did not help Insidious to kind of get a footing on the ground, and eventually started losing players. But again, this is just the first map, guys. We are telling this is a best of 3. It's still a single elimination, but a best of 3. Hades, this man did a wonderful job. I mean, he could have been the man who closed the map as well in that 1v2 situation when he brought it to a 1v1, and opponent with a revolver managed to sneak a nice headshot coming through. Otherwise, this was a done deal, but you could see him with the model 1887 spinning that shotgun and enjoying the shots coming out of it.
Yeah, man. That is amazing. Truly showcasing what a model 1887 can do. Hades plays definitely was quite efficient with his playstyle now from Hawk. Yes, there were certain other wonders who did a great job as well, but talking about the MVP, yes, he is definitely going to be on par. In just 5 deaths and 6 eliminations, he managed to secure a combat score of 32-54. That's again quite huge. Yes, against Quirk he missed, but still at the end, he and his teammates were able to swoop around and get the map in their name, and that's the best blessing in disguise that they're going to get. But talking about the scoreboard, Sukyatma is a little bit dried, I believe, maybe because of the potential that he has and not being fulfilled on that particular note. Has got just 3 eliminations to work with. But Kratos Gaming, I don't know what happened over there, but not even a single round has been popped up from his corner, and he is one of the best players that you can have.
I think on the side of Hawk, I'm not even worried about who has even the less amount of frags with Sukyatma. 3 is still good enough. On the other end, Kratos is having none. Kise Gaming has just a single elimination. I think that's something that tells you that there's an issue or there's something missing in this first map coming in Kyoto. And we were talking about this when me and Necros were on desk. Like, you picking up Kyoto means that you prepared something for it, because Kyoto, Horizon and Las Vegas are not the maps of norm. You pick it towards the decider. If it happens, then we'll see. But if you're picking it as the first map, that tells that the team is confident. But here, Retaliation was also very confident enough coming in, but it was just not enough to push it over the finishing line. Comparison in the combat score as well, as you see here, it looks evenly matched. Just a couple of players who missed out on that map, but they still have a chance. Now we are going to go to Monaco. Here they don't have to be worried about a lot of sky rises, because there's not a lot, but yeah, there'll be still a lot of roof fights. It is almost on a level playing field that you will see that buildings are, some have a different height, but compared to Kyoto, this is going to give you a even chance. But you have to be worried about the alleyways, you have to be worried about the buildings where the lights can hide from, which a chance was tried from Kise Gaming in the start. It did not work out, but maybe in Monaco, who knows, it works. They're ready, maybe there's a strategy prepared.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, after losing this one, definitely there are certain strategies that the particular team known as Insidious would like to utilize, would like to explore in this particular matchup, because that's the only option that they have. If they lose this particular matchup, we all know the fate, and that is going to be out of the competition. So nobody really wants to have that picture in their favor. But then again, bringing this competition to Las Vegas is something which is going to be the goal for Insidious, because now the fight is there for survival. It's not about the $10,000, as you rightly said in the very first game as well, Lucifer. I totally agree with the points. But talking about the terminals, we have Apartment and the other terminal is also available. So let's see if it is going to be efficient from both the sides, how the play goes on. And now I really need to know what are the builds, because yes, we were able to get insight about it. But looking at the builds, we have, if I'm not wrong, 1 heavy, that is Striker, 3 mediums, Kratos Gaming, Quark and Infinity namely, and Kise Gaming YT once again playing on a light. So pretty, I guess, similar composition. Yes, Kyoto was a map which was flooded with a lot of greenery, but this one, it has got a crane to play with and a lot of buildings.
The recent times have not seen a lot of crane action coming in from the lights with snipers because people have started countering it, and so they try to stay away from it. Now, as of now, attack is going to be Insidious. Hawk on the other end going to be starting off in defense. We saw terminals being towards the residences, and that is where the attack is going. But good thing what Hawk have done is brought it to the lower ground. On the other end, Killua has already gotten spot. Sniper versus sniper. His connection's good. He wants to chase the player. Has an evasive dash, but uses it in the wrong direction. Falls off the roof and now has to go back to fight. But in the meantime, Ghostly Boy gets charged, but he's good with that 1v1 battle. The first attacker falls.
Oh, the medium prevails. Well, the question is, what will the other 5 guys do? No. It's already down to 3v5 equation. Not a very good start for Team Insidious. Once again, they had to explore some brilliant strategies. Okay, now they're trying to equalize the whole scenario by putting one down from the other side, and it's BT who has been picked off. Pretty precise with the play. BT usually plays on heavy. It has been compromised. Not a very good side for them. But as we can see, the medium is trying to evade the attack. Receives a lot of damage, but Ghostly Boy in the previous 1v1 did wonders. Now it's down to 2v3. Well, things can go haywire. Yeah, Kise Gaming YT playing on a SR84 can be valuable, but for that you have to be precise as well.
I think he did find an elimination or two, and that's the reason numbers have been brought down, and Hawk lose another. Maybe they stepped on an explosive, I'm not too sure. And Kise, he is getting closer to where the opponents are. They are around the A terminal, but 30 seconds on the clock. Kratos spotted the player, and Kise chasing him. 1 dot of an HP. Even a melee attack is going to be good enough. And finally, yes, does it. But the timer, that's the run out. And with that, it's going to be a round for the defenders. Unfortunate. This time, it's going to be an underpass in construction. I do want to see if it's going to be an underpass terminal charge coming in from Insidious, because underpass is a very... how would I put it in terms of being easy? You're not smothered, but
from all
you're
the sides.
still going to be locked in just 2 positions that you can fight from if you're under the pass.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to watch, as you rightly said, if Insidious is going to choose that route, or are they going to go with this approach towards the other side, the construction. I think that can be a viable option, but what is that? Already losing one, and that's a light who has been taken down. Killua, phenomenal with this play. Gets one, seeking for a few more, but from the church, as we can see, a lot of shots are still being connected. Another one has been spotted once again. Mates a very good connection, misses onto the second one. Okay, that's good. We have a few more shots being pointed, but that's a good reciprocation. Killua has been taken down, and the other team is also losing one, but the attackers need to maintain their manpower, because even after the decryption has been started, they have to make sure that for the next 60 seconds, you have to stop that interruption.
They lost because of time in the previous round. Now they have to make sure that it doesn't happen again. Key is brought using the zipline. They go up and they spot Hades. A little too early or eager of a fight, and now Hades, he's got surprised, but finally managed to run away, dodge. The distant fight did not work in their favor, but they were at least able to implicate fear, but they still need to get closer to the terminal. They're not even close to any of them. Maybe A, but they have no control. Only control that they've taken is over Cathedral. But look at Hades, changes, and now with a charge and slam, gets kicked off the roof. Thankfully, not the elimination.
Yeah. But yeah, they are still surviving. Kratos Gaming down to like 31 HP. He can be put off, but beautiful assist from BT as well. As you can see, the trade fires are really working. It's 3v3. But as you rightly said, they have to focus on the time with 30 more seconds to go with. Get the decryption key, get that decryption started onto B terminal, because that's pretty close to you. But they have spotted one more, shooting him away with the AK is going to be the case. But the connection yet to be found. I don't know who is going to win, but this round definitely looks like a little bit more in the favor of Team Hawk once again, as they do have a very good hold onto those terminals. But the decryption has been started. What? Onto the B side.
Yeah.
The objective has been completed. But 60 more seconds. This could change everything. Okay, there goes the medium. Receiving a lot of shots with the AK. Not being efficient enough. Will he be able to get him? Yes, indeed, he did. Now they have to go ahead and get that decryption interrupted.
Oh no, they're fighting outside. The only guardian right now is the turret, and now another player, he gets spotted. He gets put down with a revolver, and with that, it is going to be defenders finding a second. That was a very interesting key being planted. I mean, I was not sure that would happen, because look at, there were 2 turrets from the defenders, I think maybe they used the dome, or maybe there was a cloak being used when that was happening. But no, even if a cloak is there, you cannot carry a key. I don't know how they managed to do it. Maybe there were barricades, but successful in getting the decryption key through, but not getting the decryption done. And with that, it is going to be a second round for Hawk, and Hawk is getting closer for another half of 3. Last time they missed by a single round. Do they miss again or no?
Let's see if that's the case. For now, I definitely feel that Hawk, they are maintaining that momentum, and they would like to have a 3-0 equation, as you rightly said. But for that 3-0 equation to come through, the attackers have to fail. And so far, we have seen attackers also doing some hefty damages onto their opponent. BT on the rooftop has got a Lewis gun activated. Does have the barricades and charge and slam. Some shots being initiated. They have given the info of where the players are, but it's going to be a slow approach, I believe, and they're trying to, like, precisely if I talk about Insidious, they're trying to go from the edge of the map. But now, once again on the rooftops, this is going to be troublesome. Let's wait and watch. Yeah, we might fall down, but now it's all about how you rise into the action.
It's just a very weird angle for that climb to happen, but BT uses the rocket to eliminate one of the opponents who are chasing him, but maybe just damage. Now he's trying to run away as far as possible. Spots the player, only damage to do, not to find an elimination, but decides to destroy, demolition derby coming in from his end. But the key's been taken, it's been passed, it is going ahead. Spots the dome, uses their own dome, and should be able to find the elimination. The first goes down, there seems to be a second. Yes, that second is on the way. Hades changing for a third, and with that, even the fourth falls. It is seeming like it is going to be a flawless half this time. And it's all down to Kise, his position known, and Killua puts an end to him. With that, the first half dominating from Hawk.
Oh my god, now this is not something which I was really expecting from Insidious. I really thought that maybe in the second game map, they're going to bring their game onto the top. But it does feel like that on attack, they were pretty helpless. Now Hawk definitely are going to attack. I would like to see what they're going to do in the map of Monaco. They would love to wrap this up pretty quickly so that they can have a 2-0 fun run and go directly into the semi-finale as being the third semi-finalist. Few more seconds to plan and plot. I think once again through the buildings could be the approach. If they go through rooftops, maybe there is a downfall that might come through. So let's see if they're going to go through roofs or through buildings. Okay, they have decided to go with the grappling ropes and they're trying to go through the rooftops. Some good SR-84 action could be here, and I think it can be devastating, but obviously no contacts as far as I know for now.
Insidious, last time they got eliminated in round 2. On the other end, the team of Hawk that we see right as now, Insidious got eliminated in 1. Other way around, let's talk about history the next time after this is done. Because every time I see in front of his screens, there's something or the other they're trying to cook. A is completely covered. Cathedral is going to be tough to overrun, but it seems like that's where the intentions are from Hawk. Charge, try to destroy, but it didn't work. Something failed over there, and now he has to wait for the charge and slam to recharge.
Okay, goes in with the RPG. Turret being destroyed. Guardian turret is going to be the aim power. But they have the terminal on spot.
That's a very weird position for the terminal.
Glitch trap. Okay, a lot of traps, a lot of equipments are being utilized for now. But they have spotted one and it's going to be Quark who has been taken down. This time the revolver is not going to be into the action. They have got the key and they're starting the decryption on that iffy spot as you rightly
He's
said.
unable to do it.
Maybe
the distance is a little too much. He can't. Yeah. The distance is too much. They have to get the terminal down, and because of that, it seemed like attackers should start losing players. But no, I don't know. Defenders are still trying to fight the fight, which is not even started, and defenders are down to the loss too. 4v2, complete disadvantage. Kratos just running around like a wild charged bull. But finally, it seems like I've heard the decryption key being set in, and yes, the decryption's been started. And along with that, the last defender is gonna try and fight out for victory.
SA Gaming YT has got an SR-84 to play with. Yes, he has won some crucial 1v1s to play with, but this time needs a connection. I believe that was Killua who got that shot, but is it enough? Looking in effect, he's going to get spotted. Oh, he gets Killua! That was a brilliant shot. Can he make a 1v2 possible, guys? It's something which is quite possible, but at the end we have the winners. We have the third semi-finalist, and it is going to be for sure the team known as Hawk. The predators have won. The prey has been infested. And guys, in serious, I think they have to prep up a bit more.
Yeah, unfortunate for Insidious. I mean, the fight was good, and I thought they would kind of overcome wherever they were in split one. They might have gotten themselves to a better position, maybe defeated a lot more players. But yeah, unfortunate for Insidious. I did not think this would be a blowout like this. At least the first map looked better compared where Kyoto was not even their pick, and now looking at Monaco being their pick, they don't do anything. Like, they're completely run out. This time they make it to the quarterfinals, but they still get eliminated. No further, no nothing.
Well, they were in the top 8, but I believe the journey for top 4 is something which is not that easy. And of course, we can clearly see what Hawk did. Monaco was the map where Hawk was just pretty unstoppable, be it their defense rounds or even the attack one. The way they played, the way they executed those plays was something amazing. And to be honest, this 4th round that happened, in the attack for Team Hawk, I think this could have been in the favor of Insidious due to the fact, as you rightly said, the spot of that terminal was pretty iffy, and at that point there was a very big chance that the Insidious could have got some crucial frags. But what really happened was a reverse type of scenario where Insidious was losing their player. They started with a 5v4 equation, I believe, and then they were down to like 2v4. So that was a bit tricky for me.
I think that's just their mind telling them, oh wait, they're about to start the decryption, because at least twice
panic.
or thrice we ended up hearing that sound cue, and they were like, hey, they're starting the decryption, we need to start to fight, we have to push, we have to overrun them, this is our opportunity. And whenever they tried, they're like, hey wait, they're not actually starting the decryption, they're still trying to, and they're also bashing against us, and that's where things went wrong. But this time Ghostly Boy went even further compared to what Hades was able to do in the previous map. 8 eliminations, 2 assists and 1 death, with a combat score of 4,598. I think Ghostly Boy just had opportunities as a medium to fire on all cylinders.
Ghostly Boy definitely performed a lot in this particular matchup, as you can clearly see. 8 amazing eliminations, and the combat score so far, I have not yet seen this kind of combat score. Yes, in split 1 there was certain individuals who were getting that value, specifically from even Team IND, who are now the part of main event, guys. They have become the finalists. Now on the hindsight, when it comes to having the scoreboard in front of us, 2 individuals, Quirk and Striker. Well, thanks to Kratos, he has got 1 frag, but 2 individuals didn't even open up. KC Gaming YT on that light got 6 frags in his favor. But if your team is failing in that way, an individual star cannot outshine what the opponent can come up with.
I think here, Raider, this map was just better for the Hawk compared to what Insidious might have thought as they picked this map. But again, I think kudos to both the teams. Both of them got eliminated in round 1 when we had our split 1 last week, and this time both of them make it to the quarterfinals. And in this, Hawk move even further. Insidious were only able to make it to the quarterfinals. So Hawk are in the top 4, meaning Hawk are gonna be in the main event depending on where they position themselves. If they position on the top 2, direct to the main event or to the LCQ, but the chances are still there. So congratulations for them for finally making it when they got eliminated in split 1 in round 1 itself. But quickly talking about the combat score comparison, you can see Ghostly Boy, we already see out of the charts as of now, but there's KC Gaming YT as well. He's also done half of what we end up seeing from Ghostly Boy. So at least KC Gaming had a better game on map of Monaco compared to what we ended up seeing in Kyoto. But I think there was a lot more expectations from Insidious with players, but I think somewhere they were unable to kind of stitch the thread into a fine lining which could have been their silver lining to victory, which didn't happen here. But it happens. It's just, as we said, it looked lineup stacked, which worked out really, really well for them. But Raider, it's still not done, the action. There's still one more quarterfinals in the hunt for the semi-finals, the hunt for the top 4 right after the break.
Well, 3 down, 1 more to go. Guys, I'm talking about the semi-finalists. We have got about 3 semi-finalists. 1 more matchup is pending. And in this particular matchup, we will get to know who is the 4th semi-finalist of the Split 2 coming in the Finals Community Cup. Well, in the first 3 games, we have seen a lot of beautiful chases. The second game was a bit close, cutthroat. But talking about the schedule, guys, it's Helldivers versus Horizon Esports. And with that, we do have Necros on the desk as well. So, Necros, any verdicts for this 4th quarter finale?
Hey, I mean, so far the matches have been incredibly well. Havoc, I kind of expected them to just come on top, but when it comes down to this matchup, Helldivers versus Horizon Esports, we have seen a Horizon Esports play in the Split 1 already. So in the past week, the performance has been incredibly well, but they've kind of failed to qualify for the semi-finals and retain themselves towards the LCQ and the grand finals of that Split 1 itself. They came back in Split 2 again. This is the similar situations from which Horizon Esports will be looking forward to just move up to semi-finals, same as Eternal Fate, what they did today earlier in the matches. But right now, I do have my expectations set that Horizon Esports might prevail on the top as they have got the experience factor with them. But talking about the veto, we see Sis Horizon being picked by Helldivers, and Horizon goes up with Monaco, keeping Skyway as the decider. As we can see, Kyoto and Las Vegas has been banned, and Horizon Esports, they will be starting off on the defensive half in the particular map of Sis Horizon, which I don't remember what happened in the last quarterfinal match that they played, but Sis Horizon was never a match that map that Horizon Esports favored for themselves.
Honestly, I think Sis Horizon is a very challenging start. Just like Kyoto, Sis Horizon is one of those maps where you have to be absolutely on point with the play. If you don't, I mean, you're also the competition. So for that reason, I totally believe starting in this particular map is a bit of a big challenge from both the sides, to be honest. But as you rightly said, the pick is something which matters a lot. And it is Helldivers who have chosen to go with this map. Well, of course, they are going to go ahead and get that attack started. I think for Helldivers, it's going to be a hell of a challenge.
Yeah, so far, if you talk about particularly, we don't have all the info about Helldivers because we haven't seen them playing on stream in any matches. All the matches were done offline, and it's the first time they're coming on the screen and playing in this Community Cup that people can see. The audience, the normal audience, can see their matches. So for even us, it's a big mystery that how Helldivers are going to perform, how they're going to play. But for Horizon Esports, we do have a lot more intel. We do have a gist about how they actually have played in Split 1, how they have performed. So I do think that experience might again play the vital role, and that can be the trump card for themselves. But if Helldivers come up with some surprise strats or maybe some surprise approaches, things can be different.
I was like pretty confused after seeing like they have 3 lights and 2 mediums initially, but of course as the timer was running out, they changed back to 2 heavies in their favor. So that's good. Would love to see what kind of value is going to be there. Striper, Maul, both of them are the heavies, and we have a medium to play with and 2 lights stays. Then we have Max and the other guy also playing on a light build. So it's going to be interesting to watch how the whole equation goes on with the help of jump pads. Yes, few players are going to go through the roofs, the other one trying to run through the buildings. It's going to be a tough one as the heavies are going to be there, the barriers absorbing all those damages which are going to be there from the opponent's corner. But now they're going to wait for this portal to open up, and once that happens, they're going to use it and get some good spots to play with.
Yeah, it's kind of a situation that a start that everybody desires, right? Horizon Esports, again, they're on the defensive side, so they will be looking forward to have a good half, as we've already seen later, isn't it? So every match, the defensive half, the team who starts on the defensive side does have a little bit of advantage to themselves, trying to pull off some couple of rounds on an early note. If they lose one, that's a little unfortunate, but the most desired outcome for the first half is like a 3-0.
Obviously, everybody wants to get that, but are they going to get it? That's the main question right now. Nightmare getting tagged a bit. He's there with 100 HP. But of course, the other 50 HP that you get from the initial get-go is not going to be there for him. 50 seconds. Attackers, you're running low in time. You need to get that decryption key and get the terminal started. SR84 action. Spots the player. Gets one shot onto his body. Not enough. Helldivers will lose one. And that was the light out of the equation. And now Max could be the one which is going to get some good frags in his favor. But this point, I can clearly see that they're getting encircled from multiple corners. Okay,
Wow.
that was good with V95. This guy gets one. Max, definitely efficient. The dome shield has been appointed. Glitch trap once again, putting up a lot of pressure. From the back, we get to see a lot of shots being exchanged. But with V95, that guy was definitely implicating a lot of damage. But finally, yes, we have a win in the favor of the defenders, which is Horizon Esports.
Yeah, already it was an anticipated start that if you ask me from Horizon Esports, if they wouldn't have got this round, then I would have been like, okay, now this is interesting because Helldivers then they can be that one team to come up with a lot of surprises. But 90x Gaming, I am really looking forward to this one player because Zeb, 90x, they have been really dominant in the very first split one that we saw last week. So if they kind of outperform this at this stage again, performing at their fullest, prevailing on top, stopping Helldivers to whatever their plannings are, that's all what we want to see from the experienced players, isn't it? So, but right now, Maul with the RPG set on his hand, he's still looking forward to just smash one big rocket on any opponent's face.
Let's see if that's the case. Horizon Esports already losing one of their own. But that's not good. Attackers are getting good upper hand. Okay, equalizers coming through. The Egyptian key is still in the hand. They're still waiting for the cloak. Zeb pushes forward. He is looking forward to infiltrate. Get some good crucial picks. Already getting those insights. Looking once again in effect. Still no far, no cues, no infos. But finally he has got that inside where the players are. Lewis gun in the hand. Heavy is definitely trying to implicate a lot of damage. But the attack is still not that relevant. RPG7 into the action, loses one more. Alright, it's already down to like 3 individuals that they have. And all of those individuals are already losing a lot of HP. But with CL40 in the hand, pretty interesting approaches. I mean, clearly in Split 2 we can see that a lot of different weapons have been chosen.
This is the upgradation of how things are working around. They have watched the games, they have re-strategized that things can be done in those manner. We can just come up with some unorthodox decisions or maybe some plays that might surprise the opponents. Similarly, what Team IND did in the Split 1, having 3 lights in their build, which nobody anticipated, and guess what? The outcome was really dominant. So in this Split 2 as well, we are seeing that 3 lights approach, and now again using the dematerializer at its fullest, using some different weapons that we haven't seen in the Split 1 itself. So that does give us just that the more the players are spending the time inside the game, they're learning more about it, which is quite obvious, and they're utilizing all those information very nicely in those matches that they are playing.
Agreed. Yes, indeed, they are using that info. They are trying to figure out, they're trying to evolve along the way, and that's the goal of bringing in this amazing Community Cup from the finals. Because yes, in every single split, in every single, I guess, stage, we get to see a different type of approach, we get to see a different type of play coming through, and I'm absolutely happy about it. But for now, slow approaches, patient, but they are looking forward to hear all those audio cues. They've got those infos, they've got those insights of where the players are. But Horizon Esports, this is a round that you really need to win, but they again start with losing one of their own. Now from the other corner, the reverse attack should be built. Let's see if that's possible. Sonic grenades, getting all the info, even the toxic ones are implicating a lot of damage. Detection comes through from the sonar grenades. Not enough to completely put them down, but enough to get that info of where the players are. No terminals being hit, but I believe they are pretty close to the B terminal. Once again, Helldivers low HP, but still surviving. Now it's 4v4.
Yeah, bring it down to this situation, but look at this. That's a very big counter. Bring it down to 3v2. Yes, the trades were exchanged, but Zeb, he did find a lot more value out there. Now a single player, the Stripper is just surviving, but I don't know for how long, because you see, all the 3 players will be trying to charge, and as soon as he starts to go for the decryption, he's just lying in front of him, but that's it. That's a clean half for the side of Horizon Esports as they just move and switch the sides, being on the attacking half at this moment. But with a 3-0 lead in their hands, they just need one more round to bag up this map.
Now comes the tricky part. They will have to attack. In Sus Horizon, attacking is something which is not that easy. Of course, there is not that ease of comfort in any particular map, but then again, in Sus Horizon, you need to infiltrate and even if you talk about the post decryption type of scenario in those 1 minute or those 60 seconds, should I say, things can go haywire. And for that reason, I believe attack is somewhat bit difficult in this Horizon map. And that's why it's not used that much. We have seen a lot of Monaco picks. We have seen a lot of even Kyoto for the same sake. We have seen Skyway Stadium being utilized a lot, but Skyway Stadium is a map which can be formed, which can be demolished in your way as you require. Talking about this one, it's a bit crucial to have the dematerializers in your favor, jump pads in your favor, so that you can relocate from one place to another. On heavies, I think the flamethrowers are not that effective. On heavies, the RPGs are going to be one of the best equipments that you can have, and we can clearly see why it's that the case. But Horizon, what will they do? They need just one more round. They are already on match point. They need to get this one.
You know, sometimes when I have played on heavy build maybe once or twice, I kind of, I don't understand how to play sometimes. I can't play on heavy builds. It's not an easy job. But when this time comes, when you just want to go all in and destroy the buildings, it's always me going all in. But right now, Horizon Esports down with one player. They have also lost the second one, so putting Helldivers in the cruise control seat for now in this round. This is gonna be a little bit troubling for them.
But have they started the interruption? Okay, not yet. I thought for a second maybe that's the case. Helldivers.
Oh, that was
They are
close.
making sure that they showcase their presence, but we can clearly see the dome is going to help them a lot. Attackers need to pick up the pace. Out here, the canister is already in flames. Dematerializer in effect. Oh, gets spotted, but was able to retaliate. That's big. Oh, no, no, no. Timer is running low, but the decryption is about to get interrupted, and that's exactly what happened. Defenders,
Oh,
they
the
did it.
timing.
They did it, and that's why Helldivers will take a sigh of relief. But now the terminals will be there in Auditorium and Exhibit. But the match point still remains the same, and it is in the favor of Horizon Esports. All they need to do is just get this one.
The timing was a little late. If it was like almost 2 seconds ago, then the interruption could have been avoided, or maybe that could have been the round that the Horizon Esports wanted to secure this map, and it could have been a 4-0. But nevertheless, that was indeed a good round for Helldivers. They played it well, they judged it well. Horizon Esports, now they have to be a little bit more cautious about the decision making that they're looking forward to. Because every time they cannot just underestimate the players of Helldivers, because they kind of have proven themselves to be almost an equal match for Horizon in the previous round.
In the previous round, yes, both the teams are looking quite close when it comes to the action, but I think a lot of advantage was there in favor of Helldivers due to the fact that they were defenders. But the way early decryption got started pretty early, to be honest, it was pretty surprising for me. Sonar once again being neutralized. They are getting the info. They are getting shot down from multiple corners. This light needs to act on fast. Helldivers losing their very first one. And instantaneously, a good trade fired. Heavy also receiving a lot of shot, but not just that, with the CL40 will receive a lot of damage. Heavies are going down. It's 4v3 altogether. AK is in the hand. Dome being activated. Player has been spotted. But in order to get it done, they need to step up. They need to fight back. They need to retaliate. The decryption yet to be started. Keys right here. But they can't really go ahead and get it utilized with the decryption.
Look at this positioning. One sneaky angle it was. I really thought he would have been taken down, but never. He would have expected that somebody would be coming from behind. 90x moves up to 125 HP. He was quite low at that moment, but needs support. Aditya, he's barely surviving, and 90x, he even drops down to very low HP. Or being all alone, it's a very tough job against a 1v4. This is almost about to be the second round for Helldivers.
I think there's no equation where 90x Gaming is going to survive through it. The canisters being utilized every now and then, making sure that he is going to buy some time, but I don't know if it is going to be efficient enough or not. Well, he gets one. And that was a light from the opponent's perspective from Helldivers. But yeah, timer was running low, attack failed. Well, it's a tricky spot to deal with now. As we can see, every now and then in attack, it's like we start with one down from Horizon Esports, and bit by bit, all the other individuals are also getting picked apart. So Helldivers definitely utilizing this defense side in a very good way.
this kind of comeback was something that I didn't see that coming. Like, no way close. But Helldivers, they kind of did it. It's nice to see that these kind of teams stepping up, even after losing the first 3 rounds, the way they have made the comeback. It's really, really nice to see, because Horizon Esports, being them have been played that first split one. So this is a kind of situation where Helldivers, naturally they would be a little bit nervous that these guys have a little bit of experience and they might just prevail on top. Though they did almost prevail on top in the first 3 rounds, but it seems like the counter attack this time from Horizon Esports can be vital, because Helldivers, they've lost already one of their players.
That was a crucial one. Now on the hindsight, yes, Striper with the barrier mesh and the Lewis gun really wants to enact, but has been spotted by Zeb, and he shuts him away. I mean, not really shut him over, but eventually shows his presence. The damage came through. Decryption key is still in the hand. They have spotted where the opponents are. It's 4v4. No, not a very good scenario. Never should have lost that man. Again, the damages are coming through. Was that a pyro grenade? I think that might be the case. Around the stairs, we have another confrontation going on with the sonars. Yes, the position has been revealed. Even the toxic grenades are going to help them a lot. But at the end, they really need to pick up the pace. They really need to get that decryption started. It's already 50 more seconds that we are left with. Get that decryption key. Get it started. And once they do it, maybe they're going to find that fight value.
Oh.
What?
Zeb be like, come on, get inside the room. But that's not the way it was working. But oh my god, Aditya being taken down. The turret, it will also be decimated as well. It's 2v3 situation. Helldivers, they want to go up front. Max, look at his HP. He's barely breathing out there.
This is a very gutsy move. Oh, it is not going to be fruitful enough. 3v1. Last man standing. I believe that's either medium or a light. Okay, it is a medium. And it's a interruption that is going to queue in, that's for sure. There you guys, we go to the tiebreaker. Up, there is no equation, there is no chances that we will not go to the tiebreaker. But as I can see, it was a valiant effort coming in from Helldivers, but at the end, in a 1v3 battle, the last individual failed.
What a comeback. Definitely worth the watching. I mean, these are the kind of games we want to see. Not in a one-sided way. We want to see the competition being brought up by both these sides, and it seems like, yeah, Helldivers, they're diving and bringing the hell out of themselves.
They'll be attacking
on the top.
Just like Horizon, Helldivers also failed all their attack rounds. And now in this tiebreaker, they're attacking. Ooh, this is truly like a goosebump moment for both the sides. I don't know if Helldivers are going to win, but I really think Horizon Esports definitely have got that advantage now. Let's see what happens.
This is a great situation if you ask me for the side of Horizon Esports. They have 100% win rate being on the defensive side, and now in the tiebreaker they are on the defense, as you mentioned earlier, that both the teams have failed on their respective attacking halves, but that being said, it's a little concerning, but I believe Horizon Esports, they have a lot of competition at this moment.
I mean, they do have no doubt in that because of the momentum vanishing bomb being utilized. Light wants to evade, the barrier mesh is activated because they can't really receive a lot of damage. They can't really afford to receive all those damages in their favor. With the help of Portal, they move in. Can they get that decryption started? They can actually. They're already on to B. They have been spotted, some beautiful shots being received here and there. Good reciprocations coming through, but finally the detection is also going to be there. Decryption has been started, cloaking in effect. Who's gonna win, guys? This is a very crucial round. It's the tiebreaker of this map. From the back, yes, there are a lot of shots being received. But the player completely faltered down from the staircase.
Oh, look at the situation. Zeb, he's trying his level best to go up on the stairs, but he's failing to do so every time. It's not an easy job, though. As in esports, having one man loss, trying to equalize the numbers, but the way the players are defending, it's not an easy job. The decryption cannot be interrupted at this moment. That is the thing I was talking about. Horizon, they are feeling the heat.
I mean, they were good at their defense, but lately it does feel like that it's not going to happen. One last member surviving, I believe it's down to like 2. Okay, it's finally down to 1. I definitely believe it is going to be Helldivers who is going to come up with a reverse sweep. And guys, this is a literal reverse sweep, guys. Indeed it is. Remember, due to the fact of what happened in the first 3 rounds, in the first half, we thought that maybe Helldivers are going to lose because it was match point from that corner altogether for the next 4 rounds to be precise. But as we can see, Helldivers were able to come back in a very brilliant way. Horizon Esports nothing to really offer in the last 4 rounds, be it their attack rounds or their defense rounds. They failed miserably. And if you talk about even the tiebreaker round, the best part for me was the goo walls that were appointed, and also the way it was appointed because of the fact the goo walls were there. No access of the staircase was available for those lights and those mediums which were trying to climb on it and get that upper hand. So it was basically only one way to get that attack stopped, and it was just nothing efficient coming in from the other corner of Horizon Esports.
You know what? Somehow I felt like the logo of Helldivers is like the logo or the emoji that they want to use against Horizon Esports at this moment. They have that skull emoji that we use usually after winning. It's like GG, well played, guys. We wake up to reality or something like that. Because from the 3-0 half, you don't ever expect, even in your imaginations, to end in a 4-3 scoreline like this. I mean, if it was 4-3 in the favor of Horizon Esports, still understand that yes,
it's justified.
Tried hard. They tried to just pull down with everything that they've got, but still failed to do so. But we eventually won. But it was not the case. The first team to reach 3-0 was Horizon, and from there, all the next 4 rounds were won by Helldivers, and the greatest comeback or the greatest reverse sweep so far in the finals Community Cup.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have seen some tiebreakers. Yes, guys, the keyword is some. We have not yet seen a lot, but then again, this kind of a tiebreaker where nothing really was in your favor was something interesting to watch, because as you rightly said, reverse sweep is something which is quite amazing as a caster's perspective. As an audience, we get to see a lot of interesting aspects in that particular scenario. But talking about the team known as Horizon Esports, I don't know what kind of morale they're going to bring in the next game, in the next map, as they have lost this one, and honestly it was not a map which they could have lost because of some small mistakes, because of some small split-second decisions that they made. They lost, and I believe I have to count in that small hindrance of the interruption also that came through in I believe 5th round when they were attacking. That was also something which should have not happened, but at the end we have the MVP, and it's going to be Maul. And if I'm not wrong, Maul played on a heavy, if I'm not wrong, guys. But at the end, with a combat score of 5690, this is the highest so far in this day, guys, I believe.
Yeah. Even so far, so good. Helldivers, I mean, they have completely changed my perception of what I was thinking. You know, Horizon Esports, we've seen their gameplay. Helldivers, we haven't seen much, and I'm glad we haven't seen the performance of Helldivers so far, because this is a kind of climax in the movie that we want to see every time we go to a theater or hall and we watch a movie. So this is something that was not something that I saw coming. I don't know whether you have the same opinions, Raider, or not, but Helldivers, they're here to make a statement right now.
They better do. After winning a reverse sweep, they need to make that statement. If they don't, it will be another interesting scenario, because just think about it, Necros, that Sis Horizon was there in the favor of due to a reverse sweep, but what if the next 2 map goes in the favor of the other team, Horizon Esports? If that happens, it will be utter disappointment for Helldivers, as coming so close to the semi-finale, you lose. That's not a very good sign. But yes, talking about the scoreboards, nightmare. You are not a nightmare, to be honest. 1 frag, that's all. In 7 rounds? Oh, that really hurts.
Well, again, we can't just say a lot of things, but over and over, these are the perceptions. You know what? Sometimes I feel like I am the guy who is there in the bottom charts. I am always the bottom fragger. I don't know why. I try to give a lot more damage, but in terms of damage, I'm always on top. But when it comes down to the eliminations, I don't get. My luck has been harsh these days, but again, coming back to the game, combat score comparison, we see Maul being on the top, and definitely he has a lot of eliminations in his name, and that's the way he is also giving up a lot more damage. But on the other hand, we've got some almost similar big buildings being built up by Zeb, 90X, and Speedy Globe.
And Maul being the skyscraper out of these multi-story buildings
Definitely.
with 5690. I mean, he is even piercing the barrier that we have on the graph. That's amazing. The way he played, the way he was able to utilize his abilities were absolutely amazing. And on a heavy, having a damage like this, I'm pretty surprised because light is someone, or should I say, a type of build which can easily dissipate a lot of damage. It cannot absorb, that's a fact, we all know it. 150 HP, not a very good instrument to play against one of those equations where you are receiving a lot of shots onto you. But playing on a heavy with the barrier mesh and combination of Lewis gun, this guy Maul, he did wonders. I mean, receiving in 9 frags, 9 eliminations, and not just that, I guess he had more than 5 assists as well. So he was a part of at least 14 eliminations, in which he was able to get 9 of his own, help his other teammates to get 5 more. Now that's a big statement, man. I don't know what Maul is going to do, but I believe the next map is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, just to witness the first match being in a
Wonderful.
4-3 and that too a reverse sweep, it already has set a lot of expectations, at least inside me, that the next match, Necros, is going to be really, really hard. So you better just buckle up yourself and fasten your seatbelts, because the flight is definitely going to be very troubling. We will be having a lot of turbulences, but hopefully everyone should be safe. But I don't know what is going on in the heads of Horizon Esports, because they have been at this point, they have faced the consequences what has happened to them in the previous Split 1 quarterfinals. They don't want to see or face the similar thing second time in 2 weeks in a row. So if again Horizon Esports fail to qualify for the semi-finals, this is going to be the biggest nightmare, or this finals community cup is going to be the biggest nightmare that they won't be able to forget for a longer period of time.
I mean, we have been talking about the evolution, we have been talking about the adaptability factor that a lot of teams have evolved. Seems like that maybe Horizon Esports is a bit I guess away from that evolution, maybe. But will they come back or not? That's what we are going to witness after a quick short break. So stay tuned.
Well, we just told you that it's going to be a short break, and we are right back at it. The series is so heated up that I really think at this moment, I just wish I had some popcorns out there, though I'm casting, but why not just be the audience and enjoy the game? I hope Lucifer is enjoying at the back. I wish we could have a 3-man caster there so we can just have some discussions out here. But the first match was definitely a trailer, that how it seems to me, and the main picture might be just popping up in the second match that we are going to witness. What are your thoughts about it, Raider?
I truly believe that yes, Horizon can come back into the picture because this is the best platform that they have got so far. In Split 1, they did wonders. Unfortunately, they were unable to make their way into the semis. At least LCQ could have been in their favor, but now I would like to see if they're going to make that spot or not, because the way they lost the previous map was a bit disheartening, to be honest, because I was not really expecting that this kind of play is going to come through. But Monaco is a map where maybe Horizon Esports, as it's their pick, maybe they're going to come back into the whole scenario. So let's wait and watch if that's going to be the case. Well, talking about the competitions, need to know what are the builds that they're going to go with. And if we talk about the terminals for the very first round, it's going to be Walkway and Villa.
Yep. Monaco, where Helldivers will be starting off on the defensive half. So it's really important. We see 4 mediums, 1 light. Okay, now this is interesting from the side of Horizon. But on the other hand, again, almost similar builds from both the sides. Need to see how things turn around for the side of Horizon Esports, or is it going to be Helldivers diving in and just clinching this victory away towards their side, because they're already 1 up in this BO3 series.
All they need to do is just win this one map, but as I said it that easily, I don't think so. It's going to be that easy to win the map. Monaco is a pretty challenging one, but of course it is one of those maps which have been played a lot. So maybe for that same sake, there's a good chance that individuals are going to perform equally well. Horizon Esports, they are attacking. Once again, not a very good spot to play with in any particular map, to be honest. But Monaco is a very wide open map, although you do have buildings to play with. And on those buildings, maybe they can get some good values. That's exactly what they're going to move forward to. But nobody has taken the spot of a crane. Yes, people are there on that cathedral. But shots being exchanged. No casualty yet. Okay, finally we do have a casualty. One attacker has been compromised. Will there be a trade fire? It's pretty possible. The cloaking in effect comes through. They are spotted where the players are. It's 3v4 now. Beautiful usage of abilities. Max did wonders over there.
Zeb is still trying to pull off some good frags for his name. But talking about the key, where is it? It's still in downstairs. He needs to go and collect it. Helldivers being very patient at this moment, because there is nothing to just be aggressive, or there is nothing to just push, because they're on the defensive side, so they can just hold on and wait for the others to strike in. But you can see Speedy Globe, his intentions are quite clear: get the frags as quickly as possible and breach the side to get the difficulty started. But that ain't easy that way. This is a 1v1 duel. Zeb, he is not surviving that long. It was a very close encounter, but Zeb finally falls, making it to a 2v4 situation for Horizon Esports.
Oh, this is tricky for Horizon Esports. They have to go ahead and get the decryption started, and if they don't, obviously the timer is going to eat them away, and obviously they're going to lose. Let's see if that's the case. I mean, with those Lewis gun, RPGs appointed, AKs in the hand, I really doubt that there is going to be a bigger amount of value that is going to come through. But Villa, that's a good possibility that they might go through it, but 90x Gaming is going to get compromised. Even before that happened, he was able to take 1 down. Now the final blow could be on Speedy Globe. He is the last man standing, has got a 75 HP to play with. Some Guardian turrets being appointed, but finally he's going to get compromised for sure. Okay, not going to get compromised, but yes, the timer is going to run a little low. CL40 in the hand, Speedy Globe was not able to be effective, but now it is going to be a switch from his corner. Shed and Fountain are the terminals to play with. Attackers, that means Helldivers. It is basically Horizon Esports who are the attackers for now. They have to prove once again themselves quite worthwhile to watch, otherwise Horizon Esports, you might go down.
Well, Helldivers have started off pretty well, but things can be similar. What we saw in the previous map can be repeated once again when it comes down to Horizon Esports. The defensive half for Helldivers can be very good. They can also just have a clean half for themselves, or do themselves with a 3-0. But if Horizon also tries to come up with a reverse sweep and counter them in their own way, that's a different story. But I don't think Horizon would love to take a risk, because they're not in quite a position to take these kind of risks, because they know if anyhow they fail to win that one round in the defensive half, things will be done and dusted. Helldivers just walk away with a 2-0 win in this BO3 series.
Okay, with the canister, they start off, they pop off. Will they be able to get first one? Indeed, that's the case. Now the dome shield being activated. Even the barrier meshes are coming through. But beautiful XP54 action coming in. Now, yes, the players are faltering down. The light has been taken away. It's 3v4 equation. Now it's 2v4 to be precise. One more maybe? No, Max has been picked up. Aditya pretty low. All he needs is one shot on his cranium, and that's exactly what he gets. Okay, with the cloak. Zeb wanted to be sneaky, but finally he has been spotted. Once again with the cloak, he's going to probably rotate a bit. But the jump pads activated. Mid-air, the player has been caught off. And it's 2-0 already. Horizon, they are indeed on a downfall type of equation, as we can clearly see that Helldivers, they are doing good when it comes to their wins.
2-0 already. Helldivers seems to be pretty confident with the approach that they already have for themselves, and through the gameplay that they're holding, the positioning and the way they are having a good fragging power to themselves. I know, somehow I feel like the confidence is already lifted up, has been lifted up in such a vivid way that Helldivers, they don't even care who is in front of them. They just want to go all in, and if they see one player, the main intention is just take them down. That's it.
I think the main advantage that these guys have right now are the defense side that they are actually starting at. I think playing on defense is comparatively a little bit easier as we compare it to the attack. But I don't know, what is this? Zeb, they're going for the crane. His can backfire onto you. The player has been spotted indeed, but he shoots him away. Manages to give him a bit of a damage. Not enough to completely put him down. But then again, if you see, what is that? 3 individuals in a span of 2 to 3 seconds have been taken down.
Wow.
Now it all trickles down to one last guy, and that's Zeb. Somehow he's the last one. The light who is still surviving due to the cloaks. What will he do? Well, he spots one more with the help of that action. XP54, sorry. He was able to get a bit of a damage, but finally it's a flawless win in this third round for one and only Team Helldivers. All they need is just one more round. But that's exactly what Horizon needed. Horizon required in the very first map of Sys Horizon. Maybe, guys, this is a deja vu moment, or is it a clear shutdown coming in from Helldivers? We will need to know that. And in the near future, we'll get to have that info. Yeah, Necros.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, Raider? I was wondering the last round, Zeb might be thinking that, hey, match just started. The round just started. We were trying to attack. What just happened in just fraction of seconds? But okay, it's fine. What has been done, it's done. Right now, it's another half. Horizon Esports on the defensive side. We'll be looking forward to just hold the terminals down in their own way, not to let Helldivers come even close. That's the main motive, or that should be the main intention from their end, because the way Helldivers, they have defended their terminals, it's so beautiful.
Now it all trickles down to what Horizon Esports can do. I mean, in their defense, as we did saw them in Sys Horizon, they were absolutely amazing. And it's quite ironic that in the tiebreaker they were not that efficient, but right now we can see the sonar grenades being activated. They're trying to make sure that they get all the info that they need, but as we can see, the key is there. The detection has also come through. Now they do know that it's a B hit, so they're going to slowly progress onto it. With the help of dematerializer, they can also relocate. But look at this fake! That's good. They instantaneously rotate through the cathedral. They're going to go ahead and get that spiral also in the control. RPG-7 in the hand. He's patiently waiting so that the MFT shots are going to queue in. Canisters being used away. No initial contact being made. I mean, contact have been made, but then again, no initial compromises. Finally, we do have Horizon Esports losing one of their own. The defenders are a bit shaky for now. The decryption is yet to get started.
Oh, look at his HP. He's barely beating on 25. You have to wait till he moves up to 100. He gets the heal done. You can see the shots. Max trying to go up close and personal, trying to find the values. It's down to a 4v4. Helldivers can't to get any compromises, but it is Horizon Esports who faces the consequences. It's a 2v4 situation, and the match, the series, is slipping away from the hands of Horizon at this moment.
Yeah, it's just not about the round, it's not about the map as well. It's about the series, it's all about the survival. It is definitely slipping away, as you rightly said. But the timer is running low. Decryption has yet to be started. Where's the key? Okay, finally they are going to go ahead and get the decryption started. I don't know if that's going to be easy. Okay, they did it.
Oh my
In the
god.
last 3 to 4 seconds, they have finally managed to somehow start the decryption. That was quite antagonizing. But the question is, what will Zeb do? What will Speedy Globe do? Well, the answer would be Speedy Globe is going to burn himself. But let's see if they're going to come back. AK shots being connected for sure. It's a 2v3 equation. Pretty tough for Horizon to deal with, but that's the only option that they have.
36 more seconds to go. Zeb looking forward. Probably they have an idea. Helldivers, they have the numbers game all to themselves, but they're failing to reach that one rooftop. That's really unfortunate, as Helldivers won't give any chance. Zeb being the solo survivor, he's trying his best to reach to that point, get and interrupt the decryption, bring it down to a 1v1, but the deed is done. Helldivers, they walk away with this series with a 2-0. What a magnificent gameplay from these lads, as once again Horizon Esports faces a backlash and their journey in the finals Community Cup has been put to an end.
Seems like Monaco just started and it feels like Monaco just ended. And with that, yes, we have over 4 semi-finalists, as you rightly called it out. But what a fun run from Horizon Esports. I mean, they were definitely trying to get some good attack registered into this map, and at the end, I thought maybe Horizon Esports is going to come back with a reverse sweep of their own, but that really never happened. Beautiful fakes coming through from Helldivers as well, and it was effectively executed. And at the end, yes, we have over 4 semifinals, as you rightly said. We have Helldivers moving into the semis.
Oh, what a series, what a journey it has been for these lads. Again, Horizon, I am feeling very sad about them because 2 times in a row in a span of 2 weeks, both the quarterfinals has been very unfortunate for this team, particularly 90X and Zeb and everybody in the team. They have put their 100% efforts, but even after that, in spite of all these efforts and everything, they failed to qualify for the main event, the LCQ as well, and even to reach the finals of one particular split. So that's really unfortunate for them. Let's see. I really hope that these teams like Horizon and others, they bounce back in a good way in the upcoming tournaments.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the very first finals Community Cup, but the fact that we had 2 splits to play, that gave a lot of chances to other teams who failed in split 1 to come back. You talk about Eternal Fate, you talk about some other teams who were able to make sure that they go to the semis, at least get the chance of LCQ. But now let's talk about the MVP, guys. We will get to see Maul again. Okay, that's interesting. This time, no 5,000 plus scores. This time it's going to be 3,666, 6 eliminations, 2 assists, and just a single death in 4 rounds. That shows what is the capability of this guy.
Yeah. 2 consecutive maps, 2 consecutive MVPs. So this is good. Actually, it's good for the side of Helldivers before moving in forward for the semi-finals of Split 2. I can bet you at this point, right, that the other teams, those who are sitting, the other 3 teams, will be watching out for this particular team, Helldivers. They have made a statement. They have set a benchmark for themselves, and they've also made an announcement that we're here to win the Split 2 and get our confirmation slot for the main event of the finals Community Cup.
I think all the other teams would not just be waiting for this particular team, but also would be waiting to see what Maul can do and how they can compromise this guy. Because on and heavy, if he is getting that much of a value, just think what can he do in the near future. 4-0 is the scoreline, guys. And if we talk about the scoreboards, 3 individuals were just there with 1 frag, Speedy Globe, Aditya, and also 90X Gaming. On the hindsight, when it comes to Nightmare, he didn't really pop off. Eventually, in the first map, we got to see him getting 1 frag, and in this map, not even that 1 frag in his favor. Bit disheartening, but at the end, guys, yes, we have the wins. It's Helldivers, they are the winners for sure. The combat score comparison will be coming through, and in this draft, Nightmare 100. That's all. Oh, I'm very surprised, man. I'm very, very surprised.
Nightmare is having his own nightmares at this moment. You just want to forget the series or this map particularly. But overall, it was a great matchup to witness as an audience or as a caster's perspective, if you see so. The first match was so entertaining, and for the brackets, we have got it already all set. Tomorrow, 3 BO3 series that you are going to witness. Eternal Fate versus Lethal Force and Hawk versus Helldivers. two semi-finals. Two teams advance to the finals of Split 2 and confirm their slot for the main event, while two teams those who will just lose in the semi-finals. It can be either of the team of like Lethal Force, Eternal Fate, any of one of them, and Hawk or Helldive any one of them. These two teams will be going to the LCQ to play alongside the other two teams, those who are waiting from the Split 1. And that last chance qualifier will be held on 14th of August. That is also going to be a round robin format, where from which again two teams will advance to the main stage.
So yes, in the main event, if I'm not wrong, we will have 6 amazing teams, because from both the splits we'll get to have 2 teams each, and then we have the LCQ, which is going to give us another set of 2 amazing teams. So yes, even the main event is going to be jam-packed, but for that I believe you have to mark your calendars, because tomorrow we'll get to see, as rightly said, the semis and the finals of Split 2. Then on 14th of August we'll get to see the last round qualifiers, and from that particular corner we'll get to have 6 teams. So from 16th to 17th to 18th, on those weekend dates to be precise, we are going to see the main event. So yeah guys, this is it for today, for day number 1 of the Split 2. The action was definitely jam-packed, guys, but this is the time to sign off. All thanks to the finals for bringing us this amazing community cup. We'll be seeing you tomorrow with the semis and the finale, so stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Bye bye, peace out.